how he gets an upside-down hat. Look, upside-down Yankees.
Turn it upside down. Isn't it the same?
I think you should get an upside-down Yankee hat.
I'm not.
When's your birthday again?
Nah, I don't have one. I don't have a birthday.
You could just do like the upside.
That open is not that old, but claiming a hat is $30 makes us sound old because that hat's probably $50 now, right? Hats are $40 to $50.
Yeah,
now.
on average. I mean, you could probably find one for $30.
Yeah,
It's not going to be a high-quality one.
I like your hat a lot today.
The Sabres one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a night lights.
Kind of.
It makes me want the Sabres to wear that
As an alternate of some sort.
I like it. It's all black.
It's kind of neon-ish.
Yeah, it's just the white and the yellow, the white and the gold.
Yeah.
And the rest is black. I like it.
Thank you.
I like it a lot. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Happy Wednesday. And we've got a lot to get to today. We've got a lot of guests today. Paul Hamilton at 7:30. Here are your Sabres segments. Paul Hamilton at 7:30 and Josh Norris at 8:30. Remember Josh Norris?
Remember Josh Norris.
We're going to remember Josh Norris. He's on the show. Paul Hamilton at 7:30, Josh Norris 8:30. Joe Marino, Locked On Bills podcast at 8. Sal at 9. They'll bring us Sabres food at 9:30.
Food at 9:30. Just put down food at 9:30.
Yeah, that big parm, 2-foot chicken parm sub, maybe. I'm not sure what they're going to bring, but they're going to bring us some food at 9:30 and fun hijinks and hilarity along the way. Speaking of the Yankees Open, that's actually perfectly played. Dan Dale producing today. Thank you for that one, because I was up watching that game last night, and I turned it on. It was 6-1 Blue Jays in the third. And online, every Yankee fan you've ever met gave up on the season.
Yep.
Every Yankee fan, all of them.
Yep.
And I read all that, and I thought, it's the third inning. I know you're down 5.
Wow. They had been hammered in the previous 2 games.
That's fine.
Yeah.
It's the third, not the 5th.
Yeah.
Third. And what they do, they score 2 runs in the third.
Yeah.
And and then they, they take control. Meanwhile, maybe it was the 4th inning, they got those couple runs. Whatever. It's the third inning.
It would be like, though, imagine the Sabres in a playoff series, and they get beat by 4 in all 3 of the first games of the series, and then they go down 3-0 in the first period of Game 4.
Right. Okay.
That's kind of what it would be like.
To me, it's
I don't mind. You're saying Yankee fans are different in this way, that like other fans maybe wouldn't have given up at that point?
No, I don't think any fans are really different. I was just really stunned by the fact that it was the third
that
inning,
early,
and they were giving up on a 5-run game. I did tune in to see them get eliminated. I mean, that's look at this.
Like when the Chiefs were getting smoked in the Super Bowl and people were ready to get into that game.
I was like, oh, you know what? I might like to watch this game. And then, of course, they smashed home runs and tied it up, and I turned it off because I was only there to watch them lose. And they did not lose, unfortunately. So they'll play again. Meanwhile, that game, people in the last couple of weeks have said to me a lot, and maybe to you as well, all these Bills primetime games, like, oh, man. Yeah, the alarms must be going off so early for you. We're up late watching these games. We're up early to talk about them the next day. And I had the thought last night, as it was 10 p.m. on a Tuesday in the 4th inning of a game.
Yeah.
And thought, at least I don't have to stay up and watch this. 10 p.m. in the 4th.
Yeah, it was late. We went to Shays last night for a show, and that show started at 7:30. I knew the game started at 8, so I was planning on missing most of the game.
Yeah.
I probably won't see any of this game. Same exact. I tuned in the 4th inning.
10 p.m.
It's only the 4th inning? All right. And they were up at that point, so it's beautiful. I can watch same way. I can watch the Yankees get eliminated, and then it all happened.
They did not get eliminated, no. They forced Game 4, a comeback win, their 4th win after trailing by 5+ runs. It's how many people that would talk trash about a fan that left a game in the 4th quarter down 16, like the Bills were. They went down 15. Wow, I can't believe these people would leave the game. That's so embarrassing. Would also, during said moment, tweet, the season's over. Or write, it's over. Oh, I can't believe these people left the game. Meanwhile, I've already fired the GM for what's happened and demanded that Aaron Judge be let go because he's not clutch. So anyway, heck of a home run from Judge.
Yeah, to tie it up, right?
Yep.
He is the guy though for that right now in sports, right? On board, him and probably Jackson more than Allen, just because Judge has often not actually played well
The guy
in
that
these
has
series.
to do it in the postseason?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, because he statistically, you can look at and see, like, oh, yeah, he gets provably worse when the playoffs start.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe he bounces back from that. Yesterday, he hits that home run. Didn't he have a chance in game 1 with the bases loaded to kind of get back in that game and struck out? So I don't know. He's often mentioned as that guy. I wonder, though, a lot if that's just because he's a Yankee. And name me a Yankees legend in the history of their entire franchise that doesn't have a World Series. Like, right? At the moment, he's right now the best Yankee ever that doesn't have a championship already. And I always wonder if that's why he gets that narrative and attention more than even the sport itself. It's more about the team.
Well, I'm looking at it. His batting average in the regular season is .294. In the postseason, it's .241. His on-base percentage drops from .413 to .341. His slugging percentage drops from .615 to, .817 in the playoffs. .475, whatever. OPS, if you care about any of these stats. Anyway,
It all goes down, though.
He gets worse in the playoffs. How much of that would simply be... Like, this is one thing I always want to get to. This is the Bills. This is expectations for the Bills defense. Like, this is a great example of this week and next week. If the Bills defense looks amazing against the Falcons and after the bye, the Panthers, right? And then in the playoffs gives up 30, should you be surprised? You're not playing playoff teams all the time in the regular season. Aaron Judge is not facing the best the best pitching all the time in the regular season. When it gets harder, if you're going to drop off a little bit, to me that's normal. That's to be expected if you're a great player. And if you elevate like a Mahomes or an Allen, then that's, you're truly an all-time great. So I don't know. I mean, Judge is probably an all-time great. Maybe people want him to just kind of maintain his status where he was. Alex Rodriguez got this for a while, being he can't do it in the playoffs, and his numbers suggest he was fine. Anyway.
Yeah.
I don't have too much to say on the Yankees, just that game was very late.
It was a very, very late game, yeah. Does Mike Trout doesn't get that also because he doesn't make the playoffs, right?
True.
We don't know what he looks like in the playoffs 15 years into his career.
He would hit 762.
Maybe.
With 7 home runs, and the Angels lose in 4.
Yeah.
So anyway.
I wanted to go to the Blue Jays game on Friday, so it might not be... I don't want to I'm not going to root against them, though, right? Like, just to have Game 5.
Right.
Because there would be another series coming after that. But I was hoping to maybe go to that game on Friday, see like an elimination game between the Yankees and the Blue Jays. And I guess that stays alive after yesterday. But we'll see about tonight. 8 o'clock tonight, I think, for that game. So you'll probably get another late one.
All right, well...
Although I think games are supposed to go shorter now, aren't they?
Regular season games go shorter, but postseason games probably don't. There's no...
7 o'clock, by the way, tonight.
7 o'clock, okay.
That's better.
Good, that's fine. Maybe the fourth inning will hit, and it'll be 9:35 instead of 10.
Right.
So late last night. NHL got underway as well. Welcome to hockey season. We'll talk with Paul. We'll talk with Josh Norris. They start their season tomorrow. You and I are going to that game. Oh, and you're going too to the opener. All right.
Nice.
We'll have to meet up and say what's up. Going to this Sabres-Rangers game. The Rangers last night got goalied.
Yes, they
by
did.
A random guy.
Yes, they did.
3-0 at home to the Pittsburgh Penguins, which I don't know if you think that bodes well for the Sabres or not, but it's... What was his name?
Artur's
Silovs.
It was Artur Sheilov.
Okay,
Sheilov.
With Vancouver last year.
Gotcha. Just a casual shutout to open the season on 25 shots at Madison Square Garden.
Yeah, and kind of a surprise that they went with him over Jari for Pittsburgh.
Yeah. So the Rangers come in having got goalied by someone you've never heard of.
Yeah. How do you feel about that verb, getting goalied?
Getting goalied?
You got to love it.
I like it okay.
It makes it sound like it's random almost, though, doesn't it?
I just sometimes it maybe gives a little less credit than is deserved.
Yeah. As a goalie.
No, what I think it does, this is a good conversation. So when a goalie wins a game for a team, they say he stole the game.
Right.
So what happened to the other team?
You're a thief.
The other team had the game stolen from them. I think the better way to say that is we got goalied. Yeah. We played well, and that guy beat us. I feel like getting goalied is a compliment. It doesn't have to be a random guy. If the Sabres play...
Isn't it... Well, no, you're right. Isn't it often that attached to the random guy, though? You wouldn't say you got No, you would. Maybe you would.
You would.
I got goalied by Vasilevsky.
Yeah, the Sabres played a great game, but they got goalied. Yeah, Shesterkin, they got goalied. I feel like I would say it against anybody.
We said that last year about a couple of Shesterkin games or something like that.
Yeah.
Yep.
I just think sometimes it's also not just, I think it gets overused maybe is what I want to go for.
Okay.
Like there are some games where the goalie does it, and it's really just a dominant goaltender performance.
Yeah.
And then there's games where you get shut out, and it's like it's because the team didn't give anything up.
Sure.
And you just kept them all outside. It made the goalie's life easy. So I think sometimes it gets sort of, those two can get conflated.
Fair enough. Expected goals in that game last night, the Rangers had 2.5 to the Penguins 3.0. So like that, maybe that's actually not getting goalied. You had the better expected goals. You got, shut out. Mm-hmm. All right. Look at all, we're just solving problems here today on a Wednesday morning.
Look at us go.
Look at us go.
Lindy, by the way, yesterday when we asked him about the goalie situation, and not that this should be that surprising, like what was the answer? Like, well, we're going to give up fewer chances, hopefully.
Right.
Right?
Yeah, right.
And I'm not to say they should be that confident in their goalie situation, but I don't know how you could. Did you hear Travis Yost yesterday with the afternoon guys? Like,
Yes, he called the goalie situation dire.
yeah, it's kind of what you even said a couple weeks ago. Like, I think they're going to be good, but they might not get saves.
Well,
Like, that kind of seems like the whole thing right now. Like, they actually, they're not bad up front. When you kind of look at the whole picture, they have depth up front. The blue line is one of the better units in hockey. And we're all just, I think, crossing our fingers right now that they can even get average goaltending.
Which hasn't happened much throughout the drought.
No. Like twice.
Maybe 2-3 times.
Yeah.
They might have had teams that have been. They've probably been good enough to make the playoffs like 3 times if they had excellent goaltending.
Yeah.
And 1 time if they just had like fine goaltending.
Right.
Because Levi got them to within 1 point by winning the job in
The final 2 weeks of the season.
Winning the job in April.
Right.
And getting him across the line. Like if he'd showed up 2 weeks earlier, they might have made it. Are we ready for them to be good? Want to do a Sabres preview here very quickly? Are we ready for this? Are they going to be good? Does it make anybody feel better to see the analytics community and lots of the crowd?
Another one yesterday I saw.
Yeah. It's a lot of fading the other teams in the division. No one's in on Toronto being good.
Right.
No one's really. I mean, I'm seeing Florida get faded a bunch. They did win last night. So it's a lot about how maybe this this gridlock of this division might be loosened for a bit.
Yeah,
and
it might stink.
And you can get in there.
Yeah, the division might really stink. Like, Boston's going to be one of the worst teams in the league. That's flipped from them being one of the most consistent franchises in the sport for a long, long time. So the division is a big part of it. Somebody jumps up that you're not expecting, or at least that you're not used to, right? Like, it's the top 3. What's it been almost every year? It's been some combination of Toronto, Tampa, Florida, Boston. Mm-hmm. And nobody has jumped into that. And I would be really surprised if one of Buffalo, Detroit, Ottawa, and Montreal didn't jump into that.
Because last year, Ottawa and Montreal both make the playoffs, but as wild cards.
I think as wild cards.
Right, okay. Yeah. Boston didn't, but the other 3 were still kind of locked into their 3 spots.
Yeah, I'll have to look. Like, the last time one of those 4 teams
finished in the top
3, or
3.
one of those bottom 4 finished in the top 3, like, I think it's been one of the most consistent divisions in like all sports.
Yeah,
there's been no flipping.
That's unfortunate.
So that's a big part of it. Am I ready for them to be good? No, I don't think I am. Mentally, I don't think I'm all the way there. I'm getting there, though. I think the goaltending is still holding me back a little bit. But the more I read about, it's a lot of it is the numbers guys, though, right? Mm-hmm. It's Patrick Bacon from Top Down Hockey yesterday. It's Jay Fresh Hockey. It's evolving the Twins at Evolving Wild. Like
it's
all
Michael
these,
Blake McCurdy.
Dom Lecision.
Yeah.
Like all these data guys that are really diving in and doing their projections. Is it every single one of them is like, yeah, the Sabres are going to be good? Like, they're good at least in terms of like a team that's in the low 90s for points.
Right, good by their standard. And
like a team where it's going to come down to the final week of the season.
Yeah.
And you're in it.
As long as they don't have major injuries or a 13-game losing streak, which, they did.
Right. That. So I guess mentally I'm starting to get there. Like, okay, maybe they have done enough. Maybe they did change enough out. They have enough depth up front that the Peterka trade isn't going to crush them offensively. Norris is going to be good. Like, all right, maybe they can do it. So I guess I'm getting there. It's just the net is really holding me back right now from that being the case. And by the way, the last time one of those bottom 4 teams finished in the top 3 was 8 years ago. Ottawa did it in 2017. So nobody's done it in a long time.
How much of the goaltender conversation is, if we were going to have this conversation, let's say they miss because they just don't have a goalie. They finish in 9th or 10th.
Okay.
And the team is not terrible, but we look at whatever, goals save above expected, and it's bad again. And that's we could just basically point to, well, that's why they missed. GM get fired? Like, you put together a team that looks better in one position that's in part because Luukkonen has, in that situation, probably fallen off. Or I should say not bounced back. Or he's hurt the whole year. And we thought there'd be more done in goal. We thought there'd be more in goal for years. Looking at Devin Levi and his standing in the organization, they're like, he's down there just cooking in Rochester, and that is a long-term plan still. After he came up here and was the savior, is that 3 years ago? 2 years ago.
It's 3 seasons ago.
It's 3 seasons ago. It's a Lindy and a Don season ago.
Right.
Like, it's a while ago. And in those 2 weeks, Sabres fans had the opportunity to kind of entertain the idea, we've got our guy back there. And then that just did not happen. It has not happened at all. They signed a guy to a 5-year deal, and we don't know anything about him, if he's good or not.
No.
Luukkonen.
I guess, should I be any more hopeful that because that happened, they basically lost a playoff berth because they did not address goaltending. They had so many opportunities to just try anything in the middle of the year, and it was all, no, we're good. These guys are fine. We're going to wait for Levi to show up. That this go-around, if the season is playing out somewhat similarly, where, hey, the team is good and we can't get saves, that we should be more confident that Adams is going to go address it in the middle of the season. He already has tried to address it on the lowest of levels, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Waiver claims and vet minimum guys, but there is action, right? It's not just, well, we'll just plug Devin Levi in again and hope and cross our fingers that he's ready. Like, they are going out and getting other players, and if these players aren't doing it and Luukkonen's not healthy, like, should I expect that they'll make a move? Or should I be more, I don't know if expect is not right, because they never make those moves.
You never expect
But could I be more hopeful that you're not going to just let a season go by because you refuse to address a position that you need to get better at?
You would think. I mean, it's an organization that watched a 13-game losing streak and didn't do anything during it, and an 18-game losing streak. They'd fired the coach 12 games in. So, like, they're often an organization identified by lack of action or late action. The guy they just claimed, so Colton Ellis, you have thought here on Colton Ellis? They pick a guy off the Blues and claim him on waivers, and he immediately outranks Georgiev. Like, they signed Georgiev, and here comes Colton. Oh, this guy's available instead. I like that. They just sink some money on Georgiev just to waive him, basically. So they at least identify an upgrade here. Is this guy a former Devin Levi idea? Like, is he another team's, we're going to grow him, and then, sorry, he's just kind of boxed out, so we're going to trade him?
Yeah, he's pretty much a developmental, he's a former third-round pick from St. Louis, and he can play. It's just, it's kind of, St. Louis is in a weird spot with their goaltending, kind of similar to Buffalo.
Yeah.
Where it's like they've got a guy, Binnington there, who's way more proven than UPL is here, but they've got Binnington and Hofer, and it's like he's not
going
breaking
anywhere.
that up.
Right. He's 25.
So, right.
Like,
he's got 2 really good years playing pro hockey here.
His AHL save percentages the last 2 years were .924 and .922.
Yeah, he was 4th in the league last year.
That's okay. So, is he outrank Levi right away?
As of now, I think what they are doing with him is let's make Levi, he's now our sort of dispensable. We're going to use him whether it throws his development off or not.
Yeah.
In the way that they don't want to with Levi.
Well, and also I think once you're at 25, how much development are we talking? Like, it's about, like, it's go time.
Right.
If you're going to be an NHL goalie, like, Levi's what, 22?
23.
23.
He'll turn
even that couple years.
He turns 24 on Christmas.
Right. So I think it's a little more, it's more pro hockey for him than it is for Levi. Like, I think it's go time. And also, he can't go down.
Right.
Like he has to be in the NHL because otherwise they have to put him back on waivers. And what would you expect if that happens? St. Louis just reclaim him.
Right.
So he's never going to Rochester. Like he is either going to be one of the Sabres goaltenders or he's going to go back to St. Louis probably.
Right. Exactly. And I think it's an interesting conversation about Levi at this point with everything that's happened. I think I am on board with him staying in Rochester this year and cooking and all that. But in my mind, when UPL got hurt, at some point, should you not consider giving him a shot at doing the job? Like, can you not see if he can do it here? Because I know everybody's worried, like, don't rush him. But if he can help you in this situation where you need the help and you're not even opening that door to yourself, you might be missing out on him, like, doing what you want him to do here.
Yeah.
And, like, taking the job. And I understand the protecting him, and they've decided that this is his path this year. But sometimes you get redirected on something that you can't control. And sometimes you need to let that happen, and that's the opportunity that your guy might need to go do it. And I've been thinking a lot about Levi and, like, whether they should give him a little look at this somehow, but I just don't see it because of this pickup with Ellis and hoping that UPL comes back, even though that's kind of shady at this point.
It could happen once the season begins. That's where, like, I was mentioning the Adams hypothetical as it being a trade, but if he's playing great in Rochester and the Sabres goalies up here stink and that's costing them, then I bet you they'll call up Levi.
Right.
Well, I mean, I would hope. If not, then that'll be, I think, open to criticism. Like, why aren't you giving him a shot? He's started well in Rochester. Your guys haven't, and we're trying to make the playoffs here. So I guess we'd have to cross that bridge when we get there.
Exactly. And that's what I'm getting to eventually is, like, they're going to need to at some point if they don't get the results that they're looking for out of Ellis and out of Lyon, then they're going to at some point have to go back on that Levi plan of never letting him touch the NHL this season.
803-0550. Sabres season is tomorrow, the opener, and they're expecting a sellout or close to a sellout for the opener against the Rangers.
Yep.
Which we desperately need that game to be better than the Sabres-Rangers opener 3 years ago. How many? 3 years.
They got shut out.
2 years ago.
2 years ago?
It was after the Granado team got close.
Yeah.
Energy was high. Home game, Rangers, 5-0, 5-1. It was terrible.
Ooh, was it that bad?
And it was the most boring game you've ever seen in your life.
I don't remember the Sabres scoring in that game.
Okay.
I thought they got shut out. They are underdogs.
They're underdogs, yes, that's right.
Not much, plus 102.
No, that's right. I did check that.
Plus 102? Mm-hmm. Not bad. It's fine. It's a pretty close to even split.
That game would have been, I've got the actual game. I'm going to find out because it was season opener and the juice was, great.
Yeah.
It was October 12th, 2023, 5-1. Rangers.
5-1.
5-1, October 12th to open the season. They lose 5-1.
How many openers have been great?
The opener against the Islanders where Tim Connolly fought a guy and they won by a lot. That was a good one.
How long ago was that?
2000.
Hey, when's the last time they had a great opener? 2004.
It might be. Yeah. I mean, they won 10 in a row, right? They went 10-0-1.
I remember the season opener that year. I don't remember the home opener. The season opener, they went back to Carolina.
Yeah, beat them.
They just lost in Game 7. Their first game was back in Carolina. I think they destroyed them.
Plenty of Sabres chatter on the way for you today and tomorrow, and the season begins. And, of course, into the Bills. Joe Marino has good stuff for us at 8 o'clock on the Bills' game planning and how that's all going. We'll talk about, whether this is a bump in the road or you see bigger problems for these Bills. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. Looking at Devin Levi and his standing in the organization, they're like he's down there just cooking in Rochester, and that is a long-term plan still. After he came up here and was the savior, is that 3 years ago? 2 years ago.
It's 3 seasons ago.
It's 3 seasons ago. It's a Lindy and a Don season ago.
Right.
Like, it's a while ago. And in those 2 weeks, Sabres fans had the opportunity to kind of entertain the idea, we've got our guy back there. And then that just did not happen. It has not happened at all. They signed a guy to a 5-year deal, and we don't know anything about him, if he's good or not.
No.
Luukkonen.
I guess, should I be any more hopeful that because that happened, they basically lost a playoff berth because they did not address goaltending? They had so many opportunities to just try anything in the middle of the year, and it was all, no, we're good. These guys are fine. We're going to wait for Levi to show up. That this go-around, if the season is playing out somewhat similarly, where, hey, the team is good and we can't get saves, that we should be more confident that Adams is going to go address it in the middle of the season. He already has tried to address it on the lowest of levels, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Waiver claims and vet minimum guys, but there is action, right? It's not just, well, we'll just plug Devin Levi in again and hope and cross our fingers that he's ready. Like, they are going out and getting other players, and if these players aren't doing it and Luukkonen's not healthy, like, should I expect that they'll make a move? Or should I be more, I don't know, expect is not right, because they never make those moves.
You never expect
But
a
could
move.
I be more hopeful that you're not going to just let a season go by because you refuse to address a position that you need to get better at?
You would think. I mean, it's an organization that watched a 13-game losing streak and didn't do anything during it, and an 18-game losing streak. They'd fired the coach 12 games in. So, like, they're often an organization identified by lack of action or late action.
With injuries to Matt Milano and Dorian Williams, the Bills are bringing back linebacker Balin Spector. He is going to the practice squad, was released by the Bills back in training camp, but he has returned. Bills and Falcons Monday Night Football just after 7 o'clock. Elsewhere around the NFL, the Cardinals fined head coach Jonathan Gannon $100,000 for a sideline altercation with running back Amari DiMercato, who had dropped the ball at the goal line on Sunday against the Tennessee Titans. Sabres make a roster move yesterday. Alex Gorgiev, goaltender, is going on waivers after the team picked up Ellis earlier in the week on waivers. He is going to be the backup to Alex Lyon, likely going into tomorrow night, which is the opener against the New York Rangers. Baseball playoffs, the Blue Jays blew a 6-1 lead. Yankees come back to keep their season alive, winning 9-6. Game 4 is tonight at 7 o'clock. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
For sure, and we want him playing well. If you look at the UPL situation where, we're kind of don't exactly know, if he's just going to come out of it. If he comes out of it, great, but I think at the same time you have to protect yourself. And we think the world of Levi. I think he's going to be a hell of a goalie, but we have to protect ourselves at the same time.
Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff on their goaltending situation, which is probably the biggest question on the Sabres, who open the season tomorrow against the Rangers. The Kings last night warmed up, went in the locker room, LA Kings, and then came out in uniforms no one had ever seen before.
Yes.
Debuted third jerseys on the ice in their home opener.
Not what you normally see.
No, which is one of the coolest things that's happened in sports in a while, just because, wait, you can do that?
Yeah.
I guess so.
Just show up wearing a jersey that nobody knew you had. And
yeah, not leaked. Just, hey, look, we have a new third jersey, and here it is. We're wearing it tonight. Pretty cool. They also had silver buckets.
Like the chrome silver, or like the,
silver helmets.
Nice too.
So, if that's your kind of thing. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Afternoon show yesterday, Joe, had a couple of interesting conversations I want to flat out just steal.
Okay.
You know the whole, would you take?
Yes.
Did you see what theirs was yesterday?
I think I saw it was about Indianapolis.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was, would you take Bills at Colts in the AFC Championship game? To which wouldn't everybody say yes? You're in the AFC Championship game. You're on the road.
Right.
But you're playing the Colts.
You don't have the 1 seed.
Nope.
But
maybe you're down a couple players.
Yeah. I would... Where do I got to sign?
Yeah.
Where do I got to sign to play? I've gotten through the teams that I think are the biggest threats. Baltimore's not around anymore. Kansas City's not around anymore. I got to deal with, maybe they're good, but I got to deal with Daniel Jones and the Colts. I'm even on the road.
Yeah.
Who've they beaten? They played one playoff game to that point.
All right.
Depends who they beat, maybe a little bit.
They beat the Chiefs.
They beat the Chiefs?
Yeah, they beat the Chiefs.
I'm a little less confident to go sign on that dotted line. I think I still would. But I would be more excited if you told me, well, they beat Pittsburgh.
Right.
It was Houston and Pittsburgh. Well, that wouldn't make sense because Houston couldn't host if Indy's already the 1 seed. But whatever. Pittsburgh is the team they beat or somebody like that in the second round. And I'm playing them without them having been really tested for real. Like I would go for that. Yes.
Yep. Yeah, I'd take it in a heartbeat. I mean, just getting the AFC Championship game, it'd be great to have it be here. But
sure.
If they have to go to Indy because the Colts have a better record during the regular season, then so be it.
I guess just how if they continue this, Indianapolis, like how long can you keep it going of this isn't real, they're not this good, there's regression coming, that's not a Super Bowl team, because they've been destroying teams, right? Mm-hmm. Now they've been destroying bad teams. If they are to get the 1 seed, they probably just can't do that all year, right? They've probably had to prove it against a fairly good opponent. Because so far, I mean, they have the best point differential in the league, right? But it's not. They lost to the Rams, so that's not the reason that their point differential is high. And they beat the Broncos by 1. Why are they the best point differential in the league? They smoked Miami, who's terrible. They smoked the Titans, who are terrible, and they smoked the Raiders, who are terrible. So let's see what they do when they start playing the Chargers, which is coming up in a couple of weeks. They'll play the Chiefs. They'll play San Francisco, Seattle. if they get the 1 seed going through all of that, I'll be a little more confident that they're for real, but not. I don't think I'll ever get there all the way. Not with that quarterback, I think, is way more likely to give you a game than anybody else you would ever see in the AFC Championship.
Yeah, how long will that last with Daniel Jones? Because going into last week, he was the number 1 quarterback at EPA per dropback.
Right.
Like, he was the best quarterback, or sorry, total EPA, whatever it was. Like, in numbers on Daniel Jones, he's been great this year. And I mean, their offense has good receivers, has good weapons. They have a great run game.
They have a great run game.
Like, are the Colts just, it's the drop-off from Lamar to Daniel Jones. And Lamar has a reputation for giving you a game, giving you a ball, giving you an interception, putting the ball on the ground. And Jones, of course, does not, because he's not good enough to make the playoffs consistently.
Right.
But in this new landing spot, like I saw yesterday that in the matchup between the Bills and the Patriots, Drake May had a better day than Josh Allen, straight up. Like, who was better that day? Completion percentage over expected, yards per whatever, EPA per pass. Like, he outdueled Allen and had more good plays. And that's not something we ever see. It's rare.
No, it's rare
to see a quarterback outplay Allen. We don't even like to say that Lamar does it or that Mahomes does it. And here's Drake May in a moment outplayed Allen in that game. So we kind of don't ever give the idea that a guy like Daniel Jones could do it.
No, I still don't, right? Like, soft opponents so far and a quarterback with a lot of sample size. Like, that's a part of it, too. Like, him playing so much football already. Like, how long would he have to do it? He might have to do it for, 2 years before I fully believe,
You're probably not alone. I guess the bigger root question is, would you trust this Bills defense?
And that's...
Would you trust this defense to stop a team with a great running attack, which what the Colts are, and a quarterback that's having a great season?
Well, I mean, right now you might predict that the Colts would also pick apart the Bills' secondary, too, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I guess that's a part of it. So, I like their recipe. I think it looks really good there. The run game, I guess what would you expect to just be constant all year for Indy? Like, the run game and the line, that's not going anywhere, right?
Right.
Like, they're going to be able to do that all year. Maybe Jones regresses. I think he probably will. The weapons are fine. They're pretty good now that Warren is there, right?
Yeah.
Like, Pittman is pretty good.
Towns.
They're pretty good.
Alec
They don't
Pierce,
have a
Mitchell.
superstar.
No, they have very good receivers. Good receivers and a great tight end.
And Warren is probably great already. So that's a unit, though, that I could still see regression from, just because that quarterback has a long sample size, and it's going to take me a long time before I'm willing to believe that he can go win big, important playoff games against the league's best quarterbacks.
803-0550, if you want to give us a call on this. It doesn't have to be specific to the Colts. In terms of road bump versus real problem, I do think a lot of the conversation about the receiver room and that, I don't think it's overblown. I just think that's more of a topic for off seasons, because I don't think that problem is as glaring as what they have going on in the secondary. The secondary might be truly an unsustainable build if Hairston is not going to come back and make a difference. And I'm counting on Dorian Strong, who's going to see a specialist for his neck. Receiver gets a lot of talk, and it has, and it should, because it's year over year over year over year.
Yeah.
Whereas the corner room has not always been bad. The safeties have not always been bad. They've had years and years and years of being very good back there. This year, Benford maybe not having his best season. It's still Cole Bishop and Taylor Rapp, and I think it's much more likely and also much more called for the Bills to make some sort of move in the secondary. Whether that's safety, whether that's corner. I saw C.J. Gardner-Johnson is joining the Ravens practice squad.
Yeah, saw that. Yeah.
The Bills practice squad is Balin Spector. He has joined the Bills practice squad, and I cannot believe we didn't have him drafted.
I know.
In the former Bill, future Bill league.
What a glaring omission.
What's wrong with us? Of course we should have had Balin Spector on a roster.
Total miss.
Well, the Bills
they'll trade for a corner if this goes this poorly,
or a
they?
safety. Yeah, I think they will. I think I would put it at a big time, a favorite to trade for somebody in the secondary or sign somebody in the secondary. Because signing somebody is not nearly as good, but I think they'll make some moves.
Yeah, but the idea that any thought that Trey White is starting their first playoff game?
Scary.
Anybody think that's actually going to happen?
Yeah, it's scary.
The way it's looking? Because I don't. I don't think we're headed for that at all.
Like maybe,
unless they get a bunch of injuries, even to a guy they probably add between now and then.
Not all of what Diggs did was against Tre'Davious White, but we'll talk to Joe Marino at 8. He mentioned in his All-22 that one of the problems in this game against the Patriots was Tre'Davious White was so concerned about getting beat down the field by Diggs that he was giving up everything.
Yeah.
And that's not Diggs, That is not Tyquan Thornton. That is not Xavier Worthy. Imagine the fear that will be in a truly fast if there's a truly fast receiver across the line, as opposed to a guy that maybe lost a step but is still good in Diggs. So yeah, I think Tre'Davious White as a starter in the playoffs is you shouldn't sign up for that. If it happens because you trade for somebody and there are more injuries and that's just the way that it goes, that's the way that it goes. But I do feel like the Bills cannot sign up for that. They've got to do whatever they can right now. And if that's Hairston gets healthy, okay, that's a step. You might even want to insulate one more piece.
Like if they matched up with the Chargers right now, wouldn't you just expect them to pick out whichever receiver is being covered by Trey White and just target that side all day long?
Yeah, and wouldn't you try?
And there are some teams out there like the Chargers who have like multiple really good wide receivers that you can't hide the guy from. That's also what I've wondered about Benford. Benford's not having a great year. How much of that is they're sliding all the help over to the other side because it's bad. And like, hey, we got to put you on an island because we don't have any other choice. We can't leave this guy alone. So you got to just do it one-on-one. And maybe you should expect at $20 million a year that he's making that he should be able to do that. But that's not often been the Bills' strategy in the secondary, right? Like they often protect their corners. They don't shadow all the time. The scheme over the years, you could say it's favorable to cornerbacks to get the best out of them. And I don't know that Benford has that environment right now. I feel like Benford probably has a lot more on his plate than I'm sure he did when he first came into the league, or even last year, the year before, when you have something reliable on the other side. Like this is why I needed to see it. Training camp was going really well from Trey White, but let me kind of the preseason pledge. Let me see it. I don't want to just assume he's going to be better than Rasul Douglas was for the Bills last year. And how's this looking so far? He's worse than Rasul Douglas was last year, right? Mm-hmm. Like definitively worse. That has not been an upgrade at all.
No, that's right.
And he was just sitting out there, by the way. Douglas signing for less than Trey White did. So, not to say like he would solve everything. I think if he were here, maybe it'd look a little better. But I can't imagine Trey White being their starting corner like a month and a half from now.
803-0550. Do you know who PFF's number one graded corner is in the league right now? You won't get this. So
why is he asking me is a good question. Is it Dorian Strong?
It is not Dorian Strong, no. It is Will Johnson. Rookie.
Oh.
I only bring that up.
Knee injury.
Not to say but the Bills should have gone for this, but it's a rookie.
Mm-hmm.
So if Hairston is... I got to entertain the idea that Hairston could be in the top. If he might be good, we still don't know.
Right.
4 practices...
Will Johnson, though, was one of these guys where, like, if he didn't have an injury, he was going to go in the top 10.
Yeah, well, he's the number 1 rated corner by Pro Football Focus.
Right, and that fact that he's healthy and it was a top 10 talent, like, I don't know. It's number 1 is surprising, but him being, like, the best rookie corner, I don't think was out of nowhere.
Number 2 is Charvarius Ward of the Colts. Your Colts, who you don't believe in over there. I know.
They're the new Titans. Never buy the AFC South team with a retread quarterback. Let's make a rule for life. If an AFC South team with a retread quarterback is at the top of the standings, fade them.
Does that mean
for all time
the Texans and Jaguars are still reasonable? Their quarterbacks
because they're not retread quarterbacks.
Not retreads, no.
More reasonable.
Okay. I do have a take.
But I wouldn't tell you right now those two teams are better than the Colts. I would not. Like, more likely to get to, like, Super Bowl caliber? Sure. But not this year. Like, the Texans, if they added 3 good linemen in the next 2 years, and Stroud, that was actually the whole problem, like, I could get behind that. I will never get behind Daniel Jones is gonna go win big.
803-0550, our phone number, 1-888-552-550. Jeremy and Joe, happy Wednesday. It is fall-like weather. It's not 80 anymore. High today is about 60, which I'm happy about. I wore pants.
I wore shorts, but I'm also wearing long sleeves up top.
High 59.
High 59, and you You wore pants?
Yeah, wore pants. I've been excited.
Perfect hoodie and shorts opportunity.
That it is. Instead, I went short sleeve and pants. Yeah,
right.
Still nice outside. 803-0550 to join us. 1-888-550-2550 on WGR. Are we ready for them to be good? Want to do a Sabres preview here very quickly? Are we ready for this? Are they going to be good? Does it make anybody feel better to see the analytics community and lots of the crowd?
Another one yesterday I saw.
Yeah. It's a lot of fading the other teams in the division. No one's in on Toronto being good.
Right.
No one's really. I mean, I'm seeing Florida get faded a bunch. They did win last night. So it's a lot about how maybe this this gridlock of this division might be loosened for a bit.
Yeah,
and
it might stink.
And you can get in there.
Yeah, the division might really stink. Like, Boston's going to be one of the worst teams in the league. That's flipped from them being one of the most consistent franchises in the sport for a long, long time. So the division is a big part of it. Somebody jumps up that you're not expecting, or at least that you're not used to, right? Like, it's the top three. What's it been almost every year? It's been some combination of Toronto, Tampa, Florida, Boston. Mm-hmm. And nobody has jumped into that. And I would be really surprised if one of Buffalo, Detroit, Ottawa, and Montreal didn't jump into that.
Because last year, Ottawa and Montreal both make the playoffs, but as wild cards.
I think as wild cards.
Right, okay. Yeah, Boston didn't, but the other three were still kind of locked into their three spots.
Yeah, I'll have to look. Like, the last time one of those four teams
finished in the top
or one
three.
of those bottom four finished in the top three, like, I think it's been one of the most consistent divisions in, like, all sports.
Yeah,
there's been no flipping.
That's unfortunate.
So that's a big part of it. Am I ready for them to be good? No, I don't think I am. Mentally, I don't think I'm all the way there. I'm getting there, though. I think the goaltending is still holding me back a little bit. But the more I read about, it's a lot of it is the numbers guys, though, right? Mm-hmm. It's Patrick Bacon from Top Down Hockey yesterday. It's Jay Fresh Hockey. It's evolving the Twins at Evolving Wild.
Like, it's all Michael Blake McCurdy.
Dom Lecision.
Yeah.
Like, all these data guys that are really diving in and doing their projections. Is it every single one of them is like, yeah, the Sabres are going to be good? Like, they're good at least in terms of like a team that's in the low 90s for points.
Right, good by their standard. And
a team where it's going to come down to the final week of the season.
Yeah. Looking at Devin Levi and his standing in the organization, he's down there just cooking in Rochester, and that is a long-term plan still. After he came up here and was the savior, is that 3 years ago? 2 years ago.
It's 3 seasons ago.
It's 3 seasons ago. It's a Lindy and a Don season ago.
Right.
Like, that's a while ago. And in those 2 weeks, Sabres fans had the opportunity to kind of entertain the idea, we've got our guy back there. And then that just did not happen. It has not happened at all. They signed a guy to a 5-year deal, and we don't know anything about him, if he's good or not.
No.
Luukkonen.
I guess, should I be any more hopeful that because that happened, they basically lost a playoff berth because they did not address goaltending. They had so many opportunities to just try anything in the middle of the year, and it was all, no, we're good. These guys are fine. We're going to wait for Levi to show up. That this go-around, if the season is playing out somewhat similarly, where, hey, the team is good and we can't get saves, that we should be more confident that Adams is going to go address it in the middle of the season. He already has tried to address it on the lowest of levels, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Waiver claims and vet minimum guys, but there is action, right? It's not just, we'll just plug Devin Levi in again and hope and cross our fingers that he's ready. Like, they are going out and getting other players, and if these players aren't doing it and Luukkonen's not healthy, like, should I expect that they'll make a move? Or should I be more, I don't know if expect is not right, because they never make those moves.
You never expect
But could I be more hopeful that you're not going to just let a season go by because you refuse to address a position that you need to get better at?
You would think. I mean, it's an organization that watched a 13-game losing streak and didn't do anything during it, and an 18-game losing streak. They'd fired the coach 12 games in. So, like, they're often an organization identified by lack of action or late action.
guy's playing a lot faster. I think we're just going to continue to see him go like this. Is there plays that he wants back, that everybody wants back? Yeah. But once you minimize those, which he's doing, that's when you really start to see that exponential growth.
Bobby Babich. Yeah, Bobby Babich on Cole Bishop. Jeremy and Joe, good morning.
Cole Bishop, which how many is it here? Out of 85 safeties, qualifying safeties at Pro Football Focus, where does Cole Bishop rank on the season? He ranks number
27.
39.
Okay.
39 out of 85.
Where's Taylor Rapp?
75.
The thing about
Much lower.
The thing about that is last year, all the Bill safeties were at the bottom, and Bishop being 39
is an improvement.
Yes, at least by PFF grades. And
yeah,
I'm sure every coach will jump on and say PFF grades aren't real, but no. 39 actually sounds pretty good. It would be a massive improvement. It would back up Bobby Babich's claim that he's playing better and things are going the right direction. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. The NHL season is underway. I have a Twitter poll up. What do you think the Bills most likely need to trade for by the November 4th deadline? Corner, safety, defensive line, or wide receiver? And I have voted corner.
Corner is where I would... It has to be corner or wide receiver, right?
Or safety? Probably corner.
I mean, and then what was the other one? Defensive line?
Yeah,
line. I think they're probably fine, right? They're probably I don't know if they're good, but like we know who's coming back.
The line problem is there are so many pieces there.
Yeah,
anybody coming in, someone's got to go out. Right. And at corner or receiver, I feel like I can find a spot relatively easy.
Right. So I probably would lean corner, but I think wide receiver is close. It's just corner's more dire right now for who's in, right?
Yeah.
Like we were frustrated with wide receiver and guys getting down the field, but are any of the receivers performing as poorly as Trey White is right now?
No. I don't think so.
Coleman made a mistake on Sunday.
What's his PFF grade?
Trey White?
Yeah. Snag that for us and we'll get back. We'll get some phone calls in. 803-0550. Buff, stick with us. We have some open phone lines before we get to Paul Hamilton at 7:30, so let's get some Bills chatter in on this. Join us. It's a Wednesday. They lost. We're talking about, road bump, flaws, whatever you like. You can throw it our way. 803-0550. Joe's going to get Trey White's grade from PFF. Eye test might say, doesn't look too good right now. Max Hairston, an unknown. Dorian Strong, IR. The Bills still kind of scrambling on defense. 803-0550 here on WGR. Are we ready for them to be good? Want to do a Sabres preview here very quickly? Are we ready for this? Are they going to be good? Does it make anybody feel better to see the analytics community and lots of the crowd?
Another one yesterday I saw.
Yeah. It's a lot of fading the other teams in the division. No one's in on Toronto being good.
Right.
No one's really... I mean, I'm seeing Florida get faded a bunch. They did win last night. So it's a lot about how maybe this, this gridlock of this division might be loosened for a bit.
Yeah,
and
it might stink.
And you can get in there.
Yeah, the division might really stink. Like, Boston's going to be one of the worst teams in the league. That's flipped from them being one of the most consistent franchises in the sport for a long, long time. So the division is a big part of it. Somebody jumps up that you're not expecting, or at least that you're not used to, right? Like, it's the top three. What's it been almost every year? It's been some combination of Toronto, Tampa, Florida, Boston. Mm-hmm. And nobody has jumped into that. And I would be really surprised if one of Buffalo, Detroit, Ottawa, and Montreal didn't jump into that.
Because last year, Ottawa and Montreal both make the playoffs, but as wild cards.
I think as wild cards.
Right, okay. Yeah. Boston didn't, but the other three were still kind of locked into their three spots.
Yeah, I'll have to look. Like, the last time one of those four teams
finished in the top
or
three,
one of those bottom four finished in the top three, like, I think it's been one of the most consistent divisions in all sports.
Yeah,
there's been no flipping.
That's unfortunate.
So that's a big part of it. Am I ready for them to be good? No, I don't think I am. Mentally, I don't think I'm all the way there. I'm getting there, though. I think the goaltending is still holding me back a little bit, but the more I read about, it's a lot of it is the numbers guys, though, right? Mm-hmm. It's Patrick Bacon from Top Down Hockey yesterday. It's Jay Fresh Hockey. It's evolving the Twins at Evolving Wild. Like
it's
all
Michael
these,
Blake McCurdy,
Dom Lecision.
Yeah.
Like all these data guys that are really diving in and doing their projections. Is it every single one of them is like, yeah, the Sabres are going to be good? Like they're good at least in terms of like a team that's in the low 90s for points.
Right, good by their standard, and
like a team where it's going to come down to the final week of the season.
Yeah.
Bills bringing back Balin Spector to the practice squad, signing him yesterday with the injuries to both Dorian Williams and Matt Milano. Bills will practice a little bit later on today. See about Ed Oliver's status. He posted on Instagram something that might imply that he's going to be ready to return on Monday against the Atlanta Falcons. That'll be a little later on today for the first practice of the week. Elsewhere around the NFL, Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon was fined $100,000 by his own team for a sideline interaction with running back Amari DiMercato, who had fumbled at the 1-yard line against the Titans on Sunday. Sabres waiving goaltender Alex Gorgiev yesterday as they had claimed Colton Ellis the day before from the St. Louis Blues. Georgiev on waivers. If he clears today, will be eligible to go to Rochester. Season opener tomorrow against the New York Rangers. Baseball playoffs, the Yankees stay alive. They come back from down 6-1 to the Blue Jays. They win 9-6. Game 4 is tonight at 7. Mariners beat the Tigers 8-4. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Your friend and mine, Mr. Nick Wright, Syracuse guy. You might think that that's good for Syracuse, bad for Syracuse, whatever. He's great. He's very smart. He uses his powers for evil sometimes. That's yes. Who he is. He uses his power for evil, and he, of course, trolls Bills fans.
He's a Sith. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Jeremy and Joe, one quick thing, and then some phone calls. I just have a question. Let's put this under just asking. Would Andy Reid get fined for what Jonathan Gannon got fined for?
No, I mean, he kind of did something similar the week before.
He bumped Kelsey. Kelsey bumped him. That's, I guess I want to get to, does a winning coach not get fined? And does you grab a face mask, you do this?
Yeah.
He's the first coach fined since, this much, I think, since I saw Bruce Arians in a playoff game.
Was that also by the Cardinals?
Maybe. He swiped at a player's helmet during a playoff game. He was mad.
Okay.
And, again, without defending Gannon, my question is, like I said, just asking, does a winning coach get fined too? Or is it just because, you know what, we can send a message that we don't appreciate this. Our players will appreciate this because the players, I'm sure, did not appreciate what Jonathan Gannon did.
Right.
But if that's Andy Reid or Bill Belichick in a moment or this or that, there are plenty of stories of coaches getting after players, and I just wonder if Andy Reid would be fined $100,000.
It's a good question. Arians, by the way, was with Tampa when he got fined that.
Okay.
And he was also fined by the league, not by the team. So when does a team fine their own coach that much money? You're right to point to Reid in like a winning coach, but he didn't just bump him, right? Like he punched him in the chest twice.
Yeah.
So, there are levels to this, right? Like, bumping Travis Kelce, I think, is a little, I don't know, especially, does the size of the player matter, too? Probably shouldn't, right? Like, DeMarcado's a little running back.
Maybe.
That he's punching in the chest twice because he made a mistake at the goal line.
It's kind of amazing Kelce.
It's just a bad look.
Yeah, it's amazing Kelce didn't flop looking for a flag.
That would have been amazing if he had flopped after getting bumped by Reid.
803-0550. All right, 1-888-550-2550. Talking a little bit about this secondary and wanting to ask this question. Is Hairston a good enough plan for the secondary? He was, of course, plan A to start the season, got hurt, and last we heard it was, McDermott wanted to manage expectations. There's a lot of time missed. They know what can happen in a spot like this. I almost want to piece together a couple, you call it conspiracy if you want. The Bills bring back Balin Spector. Yeah, no one's surprised. We have this little game where we play former Bill, future Bill. Who are they going to bring back? They always bring guys back. Lots of teams do. All right, I accept that. That's fine. But the practice squad being the Bills alumni team, it's often pointed to its understanding of the system. Why is Damar Hamlin back again? Why is Jordan Phillips back? Why is Jordan Poyer back? Because he's helping Cole Bishop understand. All right, yeah, sure. Accepting all that. If understanding of the system is so important to any player they bring in, I think a lot of fans might immediately latch onto the idea, okay, you got to get it. That's why Bishop struggled last year. He didn't get the reps. McDermott says he needs more reps. He's getting reps. With Hairston, whenever he's healthy, whenever that time comes, he will not have had any reps. He will need time. In fact, if it ends up being a year where he does not look good, I think a lot of Bills fans should point to Bishop as maybe an example here of, all right, get him in year 2. He'll learn. He'll know. Maybe corner's not the same as safety, but every position they have, they're calling guys that played here before.
Right.
That is consistent. And I just don't know if only Hairston is a good enough idea. I'm open to him being playable and great, but by the deadline, should the GM look around and try and find somebody and just get better depth at corner? Because, this comes down to Tre'Davious White. Should this team be trusting Tre'Davious White to start a playoff game?
I think the idea that you would be naked with just Hairston and Trey White going into the playoffs, that seems like a scary proposition. So I think you can do both. Can you, or does the level of the player you acquire matter to this? Can you acquire a player via free agency, but more likely probably trade between now and November 5th, and still have it be that Harrison's going to get his reps, a couple weeks goes by, he starts to look comfortable with it, we like his skill set, we draft him in the first round, guy we just acquired, you're going to the bench.
Yeah.
Because if that is reasonable, then that I think is probably the right move. The more, like, if they, but how many corners I guess would ascend beyond that? If they trade for Tariq Woolen, he doesn't go to the bench, right? Like, he just is your starting corner for the rest of the season.
Yeah.
And Hairston is now just depth, which I'm not even saying that's a bad idea either. But you might even say that's the best idea because that's the best level of talent you probably can get at that position right now at this stage in the season if he is truly available, which there's reports about. So I guess they'd have to decide how strongly they want to pursue it because there isn't just a corner out there left that, like, oh, he's been in the system, you could plug him right in and he knows everything. You could go find a veteran and think, hey, who's more likely to pick it up here, pick up the system and not need as many reps and then go into the game and look okay? Like a guy that's been in the league for 8 years or Max Hairston?
Your next Rasul Douglas trade.
Sure. Right. Because Rasul Douglas was traded for, I think he was here for 1 week, and then he was, like, playing.
And they got him
pretty quick.
They got him for a pick swap. It was a third to a fifth. A fifth to a third.
Yeah, yeah.
So it wasn't even a draft pick. It was a pick swap, which, slide your draft capital around and get a player. I feel like
maybe it's him, by the way.
Maybe Rasul Douglas.
Miami's going to be terrible, and he's on a 1-year deal. They'll probably want to trade him for like a day 3 pick. That actually would be the guy. It would be, he knows the system. By the way, Pro Football Focus grade on the year, Rasul Douglas is 8th in the National Football League. Wow. 8th best. I don't, again, take that with a grain of salt, but because it's just the grades. But that's the guy. That's the guy in the league right now that knows the system that you would plug in right away, and they would have no questions about that.
2 things. 1, inter-division trade inside the same division. The Bengals and Browns just did it for a quarterback.
Right.
With Joe Flacco.
Right.
Second part, no one has Rasul Douglas in our former Bill, future Bill fantasy league, and we might want to run some waivers today so somebody can pick up Douglas.
Well, Josh drafted him first overall, but then did he drop him?
He dropped him when he signed with the Dolphins.
So he's available.
Should have kept him. Adam in New Jersey. Hey, Adam, good morning.
Hey, guys, how are you?
Good.
So I want to bring up the fact that I'm on board with bringing people in for the trade deadline. Specifically, I just want to talk about the wide receiver part of it for a second. The only thing is I don't trust this offense, or honestly, I'm losing trust in Brady because I'm worried about the scheme that we're running because I don't know why we don't use the speed that we have with Elijah Moore and Curtis Samuel more for down the field. For example, last year we had MVS on the team, and he couldn't even get on the field. And then the first game he has with the New Orleans Saints, what happened? He exploded for 100 yards and 2 touchdowns down the field for separation. So is it more the scheme, or do you think it's more the player?
There's definitely something baked into the way the Bills run their offense where I bet separation scores are going to be low, in part because everything is short. It's a lot of – you're not supposed to get separation. What are you supposed to get? You're supposed to get yards after catch. Like, sure, there's a guy close to you, catch the ball, run away from him. That's what Shakir does, right? Shakir, any sort of separation score from him is tough. His depth of target and his normal catch area is that of a running back. A lot behind the line, a lot at the line. I think it was last year, it was Shakir and Wan'Dale Robinson were the two receivers in football that had the lowest ADOT, and everyone around them was a running back.
Right.
So Shakir's game is kind of almost used like he's a running back. So, your question was about scheme and MVS, he hit deep. Yeah, MVS, what has he done since that one game? Nothing?
He last year caught 17 passes for 385 yards, which is 23 yards a catch.
Okay. And that definitely did not happen here.
He caught two passes
for 13 yards a catch. He had a 19-yarder and a 7-yarder with the Bills.
All right, like what they wanted out of him is what he did do immediately with New Orleans, right? Mm-hmm. He had more yards than Matt Collins did with New Orleans in not a full season. So, like big plays down the field. How differently did teams play New Orleans than the Bills? That might be a question you're asking. The Bills saw a lot of one high safety last year.
Yeah.
So I don't think that's the excuse. I don't really know. I think I do. I think this is the offense Joe Brady wants to run. He doesn't want to run an offense where it's really designed to get guys balls down the field. And Josh Allen has bought into that to where he's not taking those as much as he used to. Because he used to take them more than anybody in the league. Like he was hunting big plays every snap for a long time, and they were there a lot. I don't see him hunting for it as much anymore. He still does once in a while. He rolls out right. He's buying time. Like you're going to see 4 or 5 plays a game where like Allen throws the back of the end zone to Keon Coleman on the final series of the game. But I felt like it used to happen every drive, every set of downs, and now I don't think Allen's doing it as often.
Of all the things that come out of the New England game, as you mentioned this point about hunting big plays, of all the things that come out of the New England game, to me, perhaps the most useful thing is the final possession for the Bills.
Yeah.
Because that is a carbon copy of what has happened multiple times in the postseason. That's how they lose games. That's how their seasons end. Their seasons have ended 2 years in a row with the ball down 3. And one time it's a missed kick, and one time it's a turnover on downs. Mm-hmm. That's how they lose.
All right around midfield, by the way.
Yes, and good. They're not backed up at their own 7.
Right.
It's 2 years in a row they lose like that. The difference is in this game against the Patriots, they make the kick, but again, it's only to tie. Like if you're sitting here saying
what would have happened against Kansas City 2 years ago, by the way.
Exactly. It's a very similar situation, and this time the defense was there to give up the final drive to Drake May and Diggs and Butte. Like that, I do think that would have happened against the Chiefs. That doesn't have to be right, but if they had in the AFC Championship game driven into field goal range, Concaid catches that ball, and then the Bills from there kick a field goal. And the Chiefs have, I don't know how much time would have been left. How much time left? Should I know this?
When Bass made the field goal?
No, when Concaid doesn't catch the prayer from Allen.
It was over a minute. I know that.
It was enough time where the Chiefs still had a possession where they had to get a first down.
Yeah.
So if the Bills do get in position and Concaid doesn't drop that ball or it doesn't go through his hands, it's a tough catch, and they kick a field goal, you're still counting on your defense. It would be another example of, hey, we have the ball and a touchdown here gives you a lead, and the other team needs to get a touchdown to win. Mm-hmm. Like these are the magical 4 points, right? We can talk about building a defense that keeps 4 fewer points on the board or an offense that gets 4 more points. But the Patriots game, I don't think it has to be any sort of referendum on the season. And of course, like I still think they're going to win the division probably easily, comfortably, and likely be the 1 seed. But man, that scenario, down 3 with the ball. Mm-hmm. They don't take the lead very often.
No.
In fact, Chris Trapasso did numbers on this. I'll pull up his tweet about this. He sent me a note about how often the Bills in that spot don't get the touchdown. In fact, one of the times they got a touchdown, you know what it was? It was the Hail Murray game. That's a time they're down 3 and they get the touchdown in the defense.
And they still found a way to lose it.
He gave it back.
Yeah. By the way, there was 1:54 left on the clock on the Concaid drop last year. It is interesting, though, like, how close these 3 games that we're referencing here were similar enough situations. The 2 Chief playoff games and then this Patriots game. All 3 times, it is right there.
Yeah.
Like, so the first Chief playoff game, they are a split second, or Deion Dawkins holding Chris Jones for a 100th of a second longer from Allen hitting Shakir in the end zone for the touchdown, right? Shakir's there. But the protection just didn't hold up just long enough. And Allen couldn't step into it, and they don't get the play. Last year, the ball is there for Concaid on a prayer throw that Allen somehow got there. It was right there. This game against New England, pointing out earlier in the week on the third down play, if Allen sits in the clean pocket for another half a second, he probably sees that Curtis Samuel is open in the end zone. All three of those games, one play, it's like, oh, it was right there.
Yeah.
One split second from Chris Jones, Bills go up on the Chiefs. Concaid catches the ball, Bills are still driving to beat the Chiefs. Allen hangs in the pocket half a second longer, Bills beat the Patriots. Like, it's all pretty close, and they just haven't. It's all different reasons, too, right?
Yeah.
It's all different reasons. Like, I would think you could put the Samuel miss on Josh. But I wouldn't put the previous two on Josh.
I think I saw, so of the Samuel miss, that's a 3rd and 10 play where Allen leaves the pocket. That's kind of clean. On that play, I think Eric Turner, cover one, pointed out that that's probably a clear-out route for Samuel.
Yeah.
And he's running through zone.
So he's not meant to be looking there?
Not really. He's running through zone coverage, and, I mean, the Patriots don't follow him, so it's kind of a coverage bust.
Right.
And sometimes, I don't know.
He's open, but maybe he's not supposed to. He's not supposed to be open, which is why Allen's not even looking.
I think sometimes that'll happen. I don't know this. I only saw Eric saying it was a love of the game route. That this is, and we've heard of Joe Brady routes, right?
Joe Brady
we
routes.
learned that in Hard Knocks, where, hey, you're doing this because all you're doing is making space for somebody underneath you. And sometimes that'll be open, and you'll say, why didn't the quarterback throw it there? And the answer is, well,
it's like his 5th read.
Yeah, you're not expecting that. Like that's a different job.
Right.
But, again, I don't know exactly on that. One thing on this, on the offense late in games, in these games, again, this Patriots game, I don't think it's any sort of majorly concerning thing. It is just deja vu about how you lost. Offense with the ball, down 3 at the 27-yard line. And you didn't go ahead. So Chris Trapasso did this. All this work on this. Scoring margin is you're down 3 to tied, and 4 minutes at any point of the drive or any drive in overtime. The Bills have scored a touchdown and the defense failed. That's the Hail Murray game. The Bills offense scores a touchdown. The defense gets the stop. That happened in Kansas City in 2022. Dawson Knox gets a touchdown. And then Taron Johnson gets the pick.
Taron Johnson after Von chased Mahomes out. Yeah.
How many times did the offense get a field goal and the defense didn't get a stop? That would have been New England.
Yeah.
That's also 2024 at Houston, where the Bills got a tying field goal and the defense didn't get a stop. So, right, because when they lost that game, I'm trying to think what the score was, and they got the ball to 5 and whatever. Move on. How many times did the field goal tie the game and regulation ended or it went to overtime? They got the field goal to tie. Tampa, they lost that game in overtime.
Yep.
Minnesota, they lost that game in overtime. Jets in 2023, the Monday Night 4 interception game. These are times where the field goal to tie when you could score a touchdown to win. How many times did they get the field goal to take the lead and the defense got the stop? 8 times. Field goal to take the lead and defense gets a stop 8 times. And 7 times the offense just flat out did not score. Titans, 21. Jags, 21. Miami, 22. Jets, 22. Gabe dropped that one. Minnesota in overtime. Monday Night Football lost at the Jets. 2024 at Houston. Like, you see lots of examples of your offense has the ball with a chance to take the lead with a touchdown, and they don't deliver as much as you might think they would. So, you could get a better defense. That could help, of course. Or you could just say, how come we're not getting that ball in the end zone? 1st and 10 at the 27-yard line. You have Josh Allen. Mike in Tonawanda. Hey, Mike.
How you doing, guys? Well, speaking of systems and schemes, kind of playing off what the last caller said, flipping on the defense, and maybe this might be a better question for Joe Marino, one of the film guys. Have any of McDermott's schemes ever double-teamed another team's number 1 receiver? We often heard of Bill Belichick's game plan will often he would put his best corner on the second, receiver on the opposing team, and then double the number 1 receiver with the lesser corner and the safety. I've never seen like McDermott's like schemes do anything like that. It's just straight up, right, this is we play our cover 2 and, whatever. Like, I don't understand why he never adjusts his scheme. Or maybe the scheme is a problem. Maybe his scheme is outdated in today's terms in NFL. Because it seems like it's been a trend like this for the past couple of years with his defense being, lower tier. And maybe there's something to that,
Yeah. It's not something I would say I normally notice them doing. Like, should they have done it on Sunday night against Diggs at some point? I guess I don't know how often they double team receivers, like another team's number one. Belichick's old thing was that he would put the number one corner on his island against the number two receiver, and then he would double cover the number one receiver. So,
I mean, I think there's plenty of times that our safeties are helping. The idea is to help somebody. If it's Tyreek Hill, I mean, we've gone through the numbers on this a lot. How often do number one receivers really go off against the Bills? It's not that much, right?
No.
And that's maybe some Christian Benford, maybe some Tre'Davious White, who's an all-pro.
Yep.
I mean, part of the conversation is that they used to have the horses back there, and that's just dwindled a little bit. And that's because of misses. Like, the Elam miss makes it so you're scrambling, but then you find Benford. Okay, and then...
Well, at the moment, you have... At this exact point in time, you have 2 first-round picks invested in corner in the last 5 years, and neither one of them is on the field. I mean, that's a lot of what it is, isn't it?
That'll happen.
Elam wasn't good, and then Hairston got hurt. In a dream scenario, well, you probably never use the pick on Hairston because Elam's just good, and then you have Elam and Benford for as long as you want.
CJ, quickly before the break. Hey, CJ.
Hey, guys, real quick, I'm just going to say pros and cons based off what we heard all week with everybody complaining. There will always be a complaint as long as we have Josh Allen. Pros for being an aggressive offense. You want to throw a lot of touchdowns? Awesome, fine, dandy. A lot of interceptions, or you're going to get complaints that, hey, we don't run the ball enough. Now, we go to the offense that we got now. Pros, less turnovers, and we run the ball. And the problem is, if we keep it close like this, we're going to be in games like the Patriots all the time because, one, we're keeping the defense on the sideline. If they're not healthy, it hurts us. If we have a turnover, we're having a shootout game, but everybody's going to get mad because we know Josh Allen can put up a lot of points. Why doesn't he? Because we don't have the horses at wide receiver that can get open to run that type of offense anymore.
Yeah.
They put up points pretty consistently.
There will always be complaints, but sometimes they're more real than other years. There's just picking out like 2021 just randomly. The Bills by DVOA were the number one defense in football that year, and they were by a wide margin. And that's an offense that was hammering people over the head with their passing game. So there probably were complaints then. You're right. Like they weren't a very good running team, I'm sure, then with Devin Singletary. They also probably didn't have the best run defense in the league at that point. Different league, right? Like the game was being played a little different even only 4 years ago. But how real were those complaints that year? They weren't real at all. They had best defense in football. This is not the best defense in football.
No, it's not.
This is not, hey, the run defense is kind of annoying because 2 times guys ran all over them, but otherwise, like, it's really, really good. No, this is, like, maybe going to be a bad defense. And that has not really been the case much during Sean McDermott's tenure. Like, that's kind of new.
And there, of course...
So that's a more real complaint than I think you've had in the past.
We continue to say, like, we know reinforcements are probably coming. This is the obligatory Hoyt, Ogunjobi, and Hairston. Like, those are 3 guys that could make a difference. There's no guarantee they will, but the Bills signed them to play. And in theory, that'll help. The question is, we know when Hoyt and Ogunjobi will be available. We don't know when Hairston will be. Maybe all 3 come back after the bye, and Carolina is it, and then you're starting against the Chiefs. Knows Hairston, hey, welcome to the league. Cover the fastest team will play.
Yeah.
You might need him the most. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. If you have a thought on this, throw it our way. We'll talk with Joe Marino at 8 o'clock, some of these questions, talking about the secondary, how much they might have a need there. Is Tre'Davious White going to make it through the season for them? Can they plan on that? Hairston expectations, all that kind of stuff. So we'll get to that with Joe Marino at 8. Josh Norris of the Buffalo Sabres at 8:30. And Sal Capaccio at 9 for the latest as we prepare for the Bills and Falcons on Monday Night Football, 7:15 start on Monday. Jeremy and Joe, give us a ring on WGR. Looking at Devin Levi and his standing in the organization, they're like he's down there just cooking in Rochester, and that is a long-term plan still. After he came up here and was the savior. Is that 3 years ago? 2 years ago.
It's 3 seasons ago.
It's 3 seasons ago. It's a Lindy and a Don season ago.
Right.
Like, it's a while ago. And in those 2 weeks, Sabres fans had the opportunity to kind of entertain the idea we've got our guy back there. And then that just did not happen. It has not happened at all. They signed a guy to a 5-year deal, and we don't know anything about him, if he's good or not.
No.
Luukkonen.
I guess, should I be any more hopeful that because that happened, they basically lost a playoff berth because they did not address goaltending. They had so many opportunities to just try anything in the middle of the year, and it was all, no, we're good. These guys are fine. We're going to wait for Levi to show up. That this go-around, if the season is playing out somewhat similarly where, hey, the team is good and we can't get saves, that we should be more confident that Adams is going to go address it in the middle of the season. He already has tried to address it on the lowest of levels, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Waiver claims and vet minimum guys. But there is action, right? It's not just, we'll just plug Devin Levi in again and hope and cross our fingers that he's ready. Like, they are going out and getting other players. And if these players aren't doing it and Luukkonen's not healthy, like, should I expect that they'll make a move? Or should I be more, I don't know if expect is not right, because they never make those moves.
You never expect
But
a
could
move.
I be more hopeful that you're not going to just let a season go by because you refuse to address a position that you need to get better at?
You would think. I mean, it's an organization that watched a 13-game losing streak and didn't do anything during it, and an 18-game losing streak. They'd fired the coach 12 games in. So, like, they're often an organization identified by lack of action or late action. Looking at Devin Levi and his standing in the organization, they're like, he's down there just cooking in Rochester, and that is a long-term plan still. After he came up here and was the savior, is that 3 years ago? 2 years ago.
It's 3 seasons ago.
It's 3 seasons ago. It's a Lindy and a Don season ago.
Right.
Like, that's a while ago. And in those 2 weeks, Sabres fans had the opportunity to kind of entertain the idea we've got our guy back there. And then that just did not happen. It has not happened at all. They signed a guy to a 5-year deal, and we don't know anything about him, if he's good or not.
No.
Luukkonen.
I guess, should I be any more hopeful that because that happened, they basically lost a playoff berth because they did not address goaltending. They had so many opportunities to just try anything in the middle of the year, and it was all, no, we're good. These guys are fine. We're going to wait for Levi to show up. That this go-around, if the season is playing out somewhat similarly where, hey, the team is good and we can't get saves, that we should be more confident that Adams is going to go address it in the middle of the season. He already has tried to address it on the lowest of levels, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Waiver claims and vet minimum guys. But there is action, right? It's not just, we'll just plug Devin Levi in again and hope and cross our fingers that he's ready. Like, they are going out and getting other players. And if these players aren't doing it and Luukkonen's not healthy, like, should I expect that they'll make a move? Or should I be more, I don't know if expect is not right, because they never make those moves.
You never expect a
But could
move.
I be more hopeful that you're not going to just let a season go by because you refuse to address a position that you need to get better at?
You would think. I mean, it's an organization that watched a 13-game losing streak and didn't do anything during it, and an 18-game losing streak. They'd fired the coach 12 games in. So, like, they're often an organization identified by lack of action or late action.
Bills signed Balin Spector back to the practice squad. He'd been released in training camp. A couple of linebacker injuries to Matt Milano and Dorian Williams leading to that. The Sabres made a roster move yesterday. Alex Gorgiev placed on waivers after they had claimed Colton Ellis on waivers the day before. Talk more about it with Paul Hamilton coming up next. The Yankees stay alive, coming back from a 6-1 deficit to beat the Blue Jays 9-6, forcing a Game 4. That'll be tonight, just after 7 o'clock. The Mariners doubled up the Tigers 8-4. Seattle now up 2-1 in that series. All 4 series are in action today, starting with Mariners-Tigers again at 3, Brewers-Cubs at 5, Jays and Yankees at 7, and then the Phillies and Dodgers at 9. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Paul Hamilton joining us. Sabres open their season tomorrow. The NHL season got started last night. Paul, were you up late watching the Yankee game?
Yeah, because I actually had a hockey draft, so I was taping it, so I actually started it later. So
Later.
It ended later for me.
What time did it end? 1 a.m.? It was 10 p.m. in the fourth inning.
Yeah, it was, well, for me, as I said, it ended about 1 a.m., yeah,
Gotcha.
by the time I got done with it.
You had a fantasy hockey draft on the day that the league started?
Yeah.
Okay.
You got
Well,
the-
You just skipped the first night of games?
You got this real sleeper by the name of McKinnon, huh?
For me, it's not a full fantasy league, it's a goal league.
Gotcha, okay.
So where we
Interesting.
just pick, there's 26 of us, and with 6 rounds, and it's
26.
goals
26 rounds. Did
I'm,
you end up with a Sabre in
only.
this?
No,
in
there's
this?
26 people in it.
Yes.
Oh,
6
okay, yeah.
rounds. So you want, each guy winds up with 6 guys.
I've been in this.
Gotcha.
I was in this pool a long time ago. I was in this league, this goal league.
26
Yeah.
people in it.
It's a lot of players scoring goals. Paul, who's your first round pick?
I had the last pick. I had the 26th pick, so I
Ooh.
wound up with Kempe of the Kings. And then I picked right away afterwards, took Forsberg of Nashville.
All right, yeah, the old you
At
had
the turn.
You had the
That's a long
26-27 turn. Who was Paul? Here's a fun question. Who's your Sabres stash? Did you get any Sabre player or someone you like late here that you think is a candidate to score a bunch of goals?
I took Josh Norris in the 4th round.
All right.
Okay.
So that was a while into the draft, and that's a boom or a bust. You're either getting 30 goals or you're getting
Right.
he got hurt. But other than that, but interestingly enough, Tage Thompson was the 2nd overall pick behind Draisaitl.
Wow.
I wonder where. That's interesting. I wonder where he would rank in like Rocket Richard odds, because he wouldn't be. I don't know if he'd be 2nd, Paul, but he wouldn't be like, buried on that list. He probably would only be like would he be in the top 10, top likeliest to score the most goals in the league this year? Is it at that point?
I just 2nd overall. I mean, right after him went Matthews, Kaprizov,
Yeah, right.
Pasternak, McDavid. But I was a little surprised he went 2nd overall.
Well, Paul, part of that is when he did all of this, when he scored 47, he did it at center, right? So 47 goals at center. And if they've got him on the wing and he's playing with Norris, could you see a big uptick in his goals? I mean, it's tough to go north of 47. He's also scored 44 and 38. So you think it could be in the cards?
That's what the guy was thinking. He's
Yeah.
got Norris. It looks good. It looks like they have a good combination. I've always said, and I wouldn't back off at 1 inch, I think Thompson will score 50 goals at some point. I'm not saying this year or whatever, but at some point in his career, I think he will score 50.
Well,
He did say, was it his opening press conference in training camp, Paul? Like he's got certain goals, and I think he mentioned 50 goals and 100 points were 2 of them.
He had mentioned 50 goals. I don't remember 100 points.
Okay.
He could have, but
Yeah.
if he spoke yesterday, I might remember it. I don't remember that.
well,
Yeah.
I mean, if he gets
a week ago, but
Yeah.
Paul, I know you're not into predictions, but if he gets 100 points, did the Sabres make the playoffs? He had 94, and they missed by a point. 100 points for Tage. Is that a playoff berth?
yeah, because that means Norris stayed healthy.
Right.
Okay,
If he
likely.
gets 100 points, I would say it's likely Norris stayed healthy.
We'll speak with Josh Norris, by the way, in about an hour. He's going to join us coming up at the 8:30 segment. So stay tuned for that, for some more Sabres chatter. Paul, the Sabres, they open up tomorrow. The Rangers played last night, got shut out by Pittsburgh, and the Rangers will come in here for tomorrow night's opener at KeyBank Center. Looks like it'll be Alex Lyon in net. And let's talk a bit about the goaltending situation, because they also claimed a guy off waivers from St. Louis. And do you like this move? I mean, I know it's a waiver claim is what it is, but they had just signed Georgiev. Now they waive him and claim Ellis. To me, it at least looks like they're aware they've got so much uncertainty there, and they're willing to try a couple different things.
Yeah, I honestly, after talking to him and listening to Lindy Ruff, as Lindy Ruff said, it was just something they felt they could not pass up. I guess Ellis has been on their radar for a while, and it was an opportunity they felt they couldn't pass up. They saw Georgiev in preseason, as we did. It wasn't good. I mean, it wasn't any better than what I've seen the past 2 or 3 years. But on the other side of the coin, too, I'll tell you what my first thought was. If I'm Devin Levi, I'm like, oh, excuse me?
Yeah. We talked about this a little bit. Yeah.
You just picked up a 25-year-old goaltender who was in the AHL with me last year, and our numbers are almost identical last year in the AHL. So that was the first thing I thought is, what's Devin Levi thinking, and what's his move going to be one of these days?
Yeah. So we talked about that with Owen, and his theory, Paul, was like maybe that Ellis is a bit more disposable here, whereas Levi, they're invested in this idea of a development arc. But I don't know. Like it's been a while here for Levi, and he's continuing to do the job, and they just feel he's still not ready.
Because even Armstrong, the GM of the Blues, I mean, I put some quotes from him in the article, and he said he was somewhat surprised just because Ellis doesn't have an NHL resume.
Mm-hmm.
So he was surprised the Sabres would grab him. He would have thought maybe they would have been looking, if they were looking for somebody, they'd be looking for somebody with, more experience, because his next game is his first game in the National Hockey League. So he's gone through the process. So that's the thing. You just picked up a guy that, all right, the building is over. He's had 3 years in the East Coast League. He's had 2 years in the American Hockey League. He spent 5 years as a pro. You're past all that now. Now you've got the quote finished product. And now you can find out, is he good enough or not? You don't have to worry about the development part of it.
Yeah. I mean, the thing about that position, though, Paul, right? Like, this can be a path to guys being, like, real NHL goalies. Someone that hasn't played a lot. I mean, sometimes you would see a couple starts by the time they're 25. But even, like, Alex Lyon is one of these, isn't he? Like, he was not a regular NHL goalie until a couple of years ago. So, I don't know, like, how hopeful should we be that he's even just an NHL level goalie? I don't think that Ellis is coming in and saving the day, but somebody that could give them a start a week and not just get destroyed.
And really, the reason he hasn't had a start in St. Louis is they haven't really been injured in goal, and they've got two guys that have been their goalies.
Right. If he's on Buffalo last year, he probably gets a call up at some point.
Sure. But so they haven't really had room for a call up for their third goalie yet. They definitely liked him as their third goalie, and he was Rutherford wrote, Jeremy Rutherford, who was writing this, that Armstrong said he's clearly our number 3 goaltender, or was. He's gone now. But, so they had faith in him that if they ever needed him, they could throw him in the net, but they haven't needed him.
Paul, with this conversation about goalie, how far does it go to whatever? I want to use some pretty powerful words here, like negligence, malpractice. Are we kind of at a, can you believe it's gotten to this? Or is that just feeling like that because of Luukkonen's injury? I'm not sure how much faith you'd have in Luukkonen. At one point he showed some good things, and the Sabres extended him. But to be this uncertain in goal, where the directive, of course, is that you got to make the playoffs, and a lot of people would say the roster outside of it is definitely good enough to compete. If they don't, it feels like pile it on, but a big, big miss.
Well, I said this way back as they were building this crease this offseason. I've said it the whole time. I've stolen a phrase from Jason Zucker and said hope is not a strategy.
Yeah.
And I think absolutely hope is a strategy in the Buffalo Sabres net and has been the whole time. They're hoping Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen can get back to what he was 2 years ago. They're hoping Alex Lyon will be good behind him, and when you need to put him in that, he can win you some hockey games. He has done that in the National League at times. So, to me, it's been hope as a strategy the whole way.
Paul, I don't know if we'll get an official announcement or even if this is a question, but is it definitely Lyon, you think, that will start tomorrow?
You're right. I think it is in my mind. But I don't think they're just going to run this kid in here and throw him in for opening day unless they think he can be the guy. I would be pretty secure in thinking that it's Lions starting in goal tomorrow.
Rempe did dress for the Rangers last night. I don't know if he dresses tomorrow night. But Paul, are we going to get Geertsen and Rempe to fire up the crowd?
Sneaking suspicion, Paul, that could happen like off the opening face-off if they're both in the lineup.
Yeah, I know there are a lot of fans who've been, clamoring for that. I've had a couple of fans say they should just jump Rempe right off the first face.
What did this guy do?
Set the tone for the year.
Set the tone
he's big.
For the
Go
year.
after him. Yeah.
And I thought, that's great. Jump the guy so he can't defend himself. Get 7 minutes in penalties and get behind 3-0 in your opener. That would be awesome. That's a plan.
Well, in all seriousness, do you think there's a real chance that Geertsen is in the lineup tomorrow night? I mean, even the Rempe part of it maybe is secondary to this. Although part of it, Paul, is like if he's a big fighter, there's not a lot of guys in the league left to partner up with like that, and I guess the Rangers are one of them.
Well, Geertsen's very similar. I mean, let's be honest. If Rempe and Geertsen are trying out for an East Coast League team and they have to make it on hockey ability, neither one probably make the team. So, now if he goes in the lineup, who does he go in for? I suppose it's Danforth.
He had been practicing on the blue line, but that was mostly just because of injuries, right?
That was because of injuries, yeah. So, he's not. I doubt he's going to play defense. So, to me, I would not waste a lineup spot on that. To me, you need toughness in your lineup, absolutely, but I think you need toughness that can actually play the game too. And to me, that's not my thing. Putting a guy in the lineup that really, from a hockey standpoint, doesn't belong there.
Paul, can you name an ECHL team?
Oh, yeah, of course he can.
The Ice.
Which
They're
Ice?
Affiliated with the Sabres.
All right, another one. That's a cheating.
Jacksonville, right?
The Jacksonville Icemen?
Yeah.
Or the Icemen, not Ice.
There's one pretty famous ECHL team, famous like by hockey circles. Orlando.
The Solar Bears?
The Solar Bears. Everyone knows the Solar Bears, right, Paul?
Oh, yeah. I mean,
of course.
Everyone knows the Solar Bears. It's a great team name.
Maybe we'll play a game, real or fake ECHL team, see how good you really are at this. Paul?
The Fort Wayne Comets.
Yep.
There you go.
A team that's.
Would you please see?
Paul could just be making up team names right now, and we wouldn't know.
Would you please spell Comets?
I believe it's spelled with a K. Is it?
It
not?
is. It is.
It is.
Comets with a K.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, that's probably more hardcore.
I'm trying to think. I know Iowa's, and I'm trying to think of their team name.
Heartlanders.
Okay. I was going to say it's not what it used to be when they were in the AHL. So I couldn't think of what.
Yeah, I mean, there's the Savannah Ghost Pirates, the Greenville Swamp.
Great one.
I believe Toledo had the Walleye. Is it not?
All right, real or fake? We're going to have to create this game.
Toledo Walleye, yes.
Toledo Walleye.
Yep. Thanks, Paul.
Yep.
All right, we'll talk later this week with Paul Hamilton. Again, coming up at 8:30, Josh Norris joins us at 9:30. The Sabres going to bring in some new food options. They got new food at the arena this year, which I will say has been getting better and better year in, year out. Like the experience of going to these games is getting better off the ice.
Yeah.
On the ice, hopefully they can match that. 803-0550. Stay tuned. Top of the hour, Joe Marino, Locked On Bills podcast. I know he wants to get after the Bills for something about Sunday's game, and it is a game plan. So stay tuned. It's coming up at 8. Very quickly, are we ready for this? Are they going to be good? Does it make anybody feel better to see the analytics community and lots of the crowd?
Another one yesterday I saw.
Yeah. It's a lot of fading the other teams in the division. No one's in on Toronto being good.
Right.
No one's really. I mean, I'm seeing Florida get faded a bunch. They did win last night. So it's a lot about how maybe this this gridlock of this division might be loosened for a bit.
Yeah,
and
it might stink.
And you can get in there.
Yeah, the division might really stink. Like, Boston's going to be one of the worst teams in the league. That's flipped from them being one of the most consistent franchises in the sport for a long, long time. So the division is a big part of it. Somebody jumps up that you're not expecting, or at least that you're not used to, right? Like, it's the top three. What's it been almost every year? It's been some combination of Toronto, Tampa, Florida, Boston. And nobody has jumped into that. And I would be really surprised if one of Buffalo, Detroit, Ottawa, and Montreal didn't jump into that.
Because last year, Ottawa and Montreal both make
Jeremy
playoffs,
White here
but
for
as
FanDuel
wild card.
I think it's wild card.
Official
Okay.
sportsbook.
Yeah, Boston didn't, but the other three were still kind of locked into their three spots.
Yeah, I'll have to look. Like, the last time one of those four teams
Finished in the top
or one
three.
of those bottom four finished in the top three, like, I think it's been it's been one of the most consistent divisions in like all sports.
Yeah,
there's been no flipping.
That's unfortunate.
So that's a big part of it. Am I ready for them to be good? No, I don't think I am. Mentally, I don't think I'm all the way there. I'm getting there, though. I think the goaltending is still holding me back a little bit. But the more I read about, it's a lot of it is the numbers guys, though, right? Mm-hmm. It's Patrick Bacon from Top Down Hockey yesterday. It's Jay Fresh Hockey. It's evolving the Twins at Evolving Wild. Like,
it's
all
Micah
these,
Blake McCurdy.
Dom Lecision.
Yeah.
Like, all these data guys that are really diving in and doing their projections. Is it every single one of them is like, yeah, the Sabres are going to be good? Like, they're good at least in terms of like a team that's in the low 90s for points.
Right, good by their standard. And
like a team where it's going to come down to the final week of the season.
Yeah. Paul, the Sabres, they open up tomorrow. The Rangers played last night, got shut out by Pittsburgh, and the Rangers will come in here for tomorrow night's opener at KeyBank Center. Looks like it'll be Alex Lyon in net. And let's talk a bit about the goaltending situation, because they also claimed a guy off waivers from St. Louis. And do you like this move? I mean, I know it's a waiver claim is what it is, but they had just signed Georgiev. Now they waive him and claim Ellis. To me, it at least looks like they're aware they've got so much uncertainty there, and they're willing to try a couple different things.
Yeah, I honestly, after talking to him and listening to Lindy Ruff, as Lindy Ruff said, it was just something they felt they could not pass up. I guess Ellis has been on their radar for a while, and it was an opportunity they felt they couldn't pass up. They saw Georgiev in preseason, as we did. It wasn't good. I mean, it wasn't any better than what I've seen the past 2 or 3 years. But on the other side of the coin, too, I'll tell you what my first thought was. If I'm Devin Levi, I'm like, oh, excuse me?
Yeah. We talked about this a little bit. Yeah.
You just picked up a 25-year-old goaltender who was in the AHL with me last year, and our numbers are almost identical last year in the AHL. So that was the first thing I thought is, what's Devin Levi thinking, and what's his move going to be one of these days?
Yeah. So we talked about that with Owen, and his theory, Paul, was like maybe that Ellis is a bit more disposable here, whereas Levi, they're invested in this idea of a development arc. But I don't know. Like it's been a while here for Levi, and he's continuing to do the job, and they just feel he's still not ready.
Because even Armstrong, the GM of the Blues, I mean, I put some quotes from him in the article, and he said he was somewhat surprised just because Ellis doesn't have an NHL resume. Mm-hmm. So he was surprised the Sabres would grab him. he would have thought maybe they would have been looking, if they were looking for somebody, they'd be looking for somebody with, more experience, because his next game is his first game in the National Hockey League.
Happy anniversary to an all-time Bills loss.
Ooh.
Yes,
Okay.
all-timer. October 8th. Do you want me to tell you the year?
Oh, is this the anniversary of Monday night against Dallas?
Yes.
Yeah.
An all-time collapse.
Yikes.
So what I remember about that game, I was there, I remember that game. So that means that today's the 18-year anniversary of that.
Yep.
So tomorrow is the anniversary, 18 years ago, where I came in here without a voice, and the first thing I said on the air was, fire everyone.
Is that all you had?
I was exhausted.
No voice?
No voice, exhausted.
Fire everyone.
Incredulous. They were up 8 points with the ball at the Dallas 11 with 3 minutes to play and lost in regulation. Truly incredible.
Yep.
They intercepted Tony Romo 5 times and lost.
Crazy.
Absolutely incredible. Romo finishes that game 29 of 50 for
29 of 50.
Yep.
And won.
Jason Witten, 9 for 103. Leading Bills receiver that day was?
Leading Bills. Lee Evans?
Roscoe Parrish.
Okay. What happened on the onside kick?
Oh, the Cowboys got it.
But, there wasn't a Bill that, fumbled it?
That I don't remember.
Someone had to have screwed up, right?
The Cowboys got the touchdown, and then they went for 2, and they didn't get the 2, and then they kicked onside and got it, and then hit a 50-yard field goal, Nick Folk, but the Bills iced him.
Who was still kicking, by the way.
They iced him, and then he hit another one. Yeah,
right.
18 years ago.
Well, when we would remember the person, right, if somebody had, dropped the football. There's no way we wouldn't have remembered that.
I don't think so. I can't really remember it.
Let's see. I'm watching it. It's actually kind of a crazy onside kick. One of the Cowboys leaps into the air before Robert Royal was about to catch the football, knocks it forward, and the Cowboys got it to it before Whitner and looks like McGee. So I guess there wasn't one single screw-up by a Bill. Crazy.
803-0550, our number. Joe Marino on the other side here on WGR. Paul, the Sabres, they open up tomorrow. The Rangers played last night, got shut out by Pittsburgh, and the Rangers will come in here for tomorrow night's opener at KeyBank Center. Looks like it'll be Alex Lyon in net. And let's talk a bit about the goaltending situation, because they also claimed a guy off waivers from St. Louis. And do you like this move? I mean, I know it's a waiver claim is what it is, but they had just signed Georgiev. Now they waive him and claim Ellis. To me, it at least looks like they're aware they've got so much uncertainty there, and they're willing to try a couple different things.
Yeah, I honestly, after talking to him and listening to Lindy Ruff, as Lindy Ruff said, it was just something they felt they could not pass up. I guess Ellis has been on their radar for a while, and it was an opportunity they felt they couldn't pass up. They saw Georgiev in preseason, as we did. It wasn't good. I mean, it wasn't any better than what I've seen the past 2 or 3 years. But on the other side of the coin, too, I'll tell you what my first thought was. If I'm Devin Levi, I'm like, oh, excuse me?
Yeah. We talked about this a little bit. Yeah.
You just picked up a 25-year-old goaltender who was in the AHL with me last year, and our numbers are almost identical last year in the AHL. So that was the first thing I thought is, what's Devin Levi thinking, and what's his move going to be one of these days?
Yeah. So we talked about that with Owen, and his theory, Paul, was like maybe that Ellis is a bit more disposable here, whereas Levi, they're invested in this idea of a development arc. But I don't know. Like it's been a while here for Levi, and he's continuing to do the job, and they just feel he's still not ready.
Because even Armstrong, the GM of the Blues, I mean, I put some quotes from him in the article, and he said he was somewhat surprised just because Ellis doesn't have an NHL resume.
Mm-hmm.
So he was surprised the Sabres would grab him. He would have thought maybe they would have been looking, if they were looking for somebody, they'd be looking for somebody with, more experience, because his next game is his first game in the National Hockey League.
Bills re-signing Balin Spector to the practice squad, bringing back their former 7th-round pick linebacker. As Matt Milano's dealing with an injury. He's week to week. Dorian Williams also dealing with a knee injury. And we'll get an injury report a little bit later on today. That'll be the first practice of the week for the Bills. The Sabres made a roster move yesterday. Alex Gorgiev was waived by the Buffalo Sabres. He was not waived to be bought out, so he can go to Rochester if he clears a little bit later this afternoon. Back to football for a moment. Trade yesterday in the league. The Cincinnati Bengals are acquiring Joe Flacco from the Cleveland Browns, as it has not been going well for Jake Browning in Cincinnati. Baseball last night, the Yankees were down 6-1 and down 2-0 in a best-of-5 series. They come back to win, keep their season alive. They win 9-6 over Toronto. And the Mariners double up the Tigers 8-4, so Seattle now leads the series 2-1. Today, all 4 series are in action, starting with Mariners and Tigers again. That will be at 3 o'clock, and the Jays and Yankees game will be at 7. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Cole being a little bit new back there and things, but overall, I feel like their communication has been good. It's just more right now, are we making enough plays? Because you got to make plays at the end of the day, make plays on the ball and come up and tackle well, and that's all part of it as well.
Bills head coach Sean McDermott talking about Cole Bishop and his safeties. We'll talk a lot about the secondary here. Digging in with Joe Marino, the Locked On Bills podcast, the Locked On NFL Scouting and NFL First Read podcasts as well. He joins us each and every Wednesday right around this time, and we're excited to dig into the Bills' first loss of the season. Not exactly excited about a loss, but we've got stuff to get to. Joe, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Hope you're doing well.
So you had a chance to look at what happened, and, it's probably not a surprise that this loss leads to a lot more conversations, bigger conversations about what happened in this game. And while receiver chatter is back, I want to start with the secondary, and then I know we're going to get to game plan because that's something that you've been highlighting, so we'll do that. But I want to start with the secondary because it feels like there's maybe if there's one thing Bills fans can agree on right now, it's that the secondary doesn't look like it's going to hold up as presently constructed. Maybe Max Hairston can help, but we kind of don't know that. So how bad is it back there from what you look at when you see Stephon Diggs go for 100 yards, 10 catches on 12 targets? Like, how troublesome was that performance from the Bills secondary?
Well, I think it's an example of how if the defense isn't connected like it needs to be, where a player like Tre'Davious White, who's not an ideal starter, can be exposed. And obviously the Bills signed Tre'Davious White, and then immediately after doing that, they picked Maxwell Hairston in the first round. They've platooned Dorian Strong with Trey White. They don't want Trey White to be the every down player. They want to give way to a younger player. And unfortunately, this Dorian Strong situation doesn't sound good. He's on injured reserve with a neck injury, and nothing has been ruled out in terms of severity, and he's going to see a specialist. That doesn't sound like a great situation for a guy that is going to be able to help this team anytime soon. And then there's the Maxwell Hairston piece of this, where the guy hasn't practiced since July 29th, and he's a rookie. Not only does he have to get the knee healthy, but he's got to get ready to play. And I have a huge appetite to see what that looks like. But the point being is if your rush can't be probably more than consistent, and if your other supporting players in the secondary are going to be intermittent with their processing speed, it's going to make it difficult on a player like Tre'Davious White, who, to his credit, I think has done mostly a good job of not getting cooked for big plays in terms of just getting destroyed by routes. I think he's tried his best to keep everything in front of him and trigger and tackle, and I think that's worked out well for him. But you just see the limitations on a third down, and they're going to put him in man coverage. If the rush doesn't get there quick, it's going to be an opportunity for the other team to get a completion. So I think that's where it's been a little bit challenging. And through that, you kind of seen Taylor Rapp with some tardy responses and him not necessarily triggering and playing fast. And so it's putting a lot of stress on some limited players when the overall defense can't be better. And it's you want to upgrade that corner spot. It's going to be challenging right now to see when Maxwell Hairston's ready to go.
Yeah, with Tre'Davious White, Joe, like maybe we saw that this was going to happen throughout the season. Miami would have been one, right? He doesn't give up big numbers, but when they needed to play, they would go to Waddle against Tre'Davious White. And I guess what I'm getting at is, they might be just fine against Atlanta, maybe not. They might be fine against the Panthers. We'll see. But for the playoffs, like, would a playoff team game plan in such a way where they're just looking right there and thinking that's where we're going to make our hay over and over again?
Yeah, for sure, Jeremy. I think that's the whole thing about the playoffs. And Brandon Beane, I think he has a really good line that he goes to that's now become something that he's kind of pinned in a wall, where he said, like, when you get eliminated in the playoffs, like, that's when you truly find out what your problems are. And, I think that you can absolutely see that happening where if this isn't going to be the Bills' year where you kind of know right now this is going to be an issue for yourself. And so how do you overcome it? I mean, there's the old double cover. Well, okay, now you're playing defense with 10, right? That's hard to do. You'd love to put somebody in there. Hopefully by that time, Maxwell Harrison's ready to go. I think that's your silver lining, or the Bills make a trade, or, try something else, right? I think you should consider Jamarcus Ingram. You should consider Dane Jackson. And not that, Trey White's probably just as limiting of a player as those guys, but if you want to shake things up, I think you got to kind of take this stretch of the season to experiment and tinker and get guys ready and figure out what that best opportunity is for that to not be your biggest issue in the postseason.
We had a caller earlier, Joe, ask how often the Bills double team. Like, do they double team receivers? Is it something that they shade help to a side? Will they have to help Tre'Davious White here? How often do they double in this defense? And is that something you might see an uptick in?
I don't feel like I have good data to, me, I'm a data guy. I like to say something and say, yes, it's truly this because I have data to back it up. So I don't have a piece of data to tell you the answer to that, but from the way it feels when I watch the film, I don't necessarily see that. Obviously, you're going to bracket and, based on where the eligibles are and how you're spacing the field, it's going to present opportunities to high-low a guy, but I don't know that I see very often the Bills going into a rep and you understand, hey, our objective here is to put 2 on this player and take them away. So there's trade-off with that, but I don't feel like that happens very often.
On the other side of the secondary, Joe, how do you feel like Christian Benford is playing so far this year? And is maybe him having some struggles early on anything to do? Do you see any evidence maybe more being on his plate because of what's going on with the rest of the secondary?
Well, he's certainly not played to the standard he set for himself the last 2 years. There's no doubt about that. And I think that's been disappointing. I expected Benford to play better this year, and I think maybe that's the silver lining is that he's capable of playing a lot better than he has. I do think that, when you consider Christian Benford and what everyone loves about him and what the coaching staff says about him, it's, hey, this is a guy who does teach tape, right? He does his 111th. He's very dialed in on his assignments and does everything the right way. And I think when you have a disjointed defense, it probably affects a player like him the most, right? Where, you're talking about space in the field with, your 7 guys in coverage or your 6 in coverage, however many it's going to be. When the safeties are slow to respond, when the linebackers are, kind of twisted up, whether it's play fakes or adjusting on the fly in terms of their zone responsibilities, I think that's going to make things difficult for a guy like Christian Benford, who is very consistent at doing his job. I think the tackling's been really good with Christian, like you'd expect in the run defense, but yeah, you can't deny that he's given up a whole lot more in production so far this year than we've seen even close to over the last 2 years.
Joe Marino, Locked on Bills podcast, joining us. Joe, before we get to the offense, linebacker. How are you feeling about linebacker? Are you surprised that Shaq Thompson might be the guy you feel the best about? And that, Milano, it's a Milano season, right? He's hurt, and that happens. But on Terrell Bernard, on the linebackers, how are you feeling right there right now?
Yeah, I am surprised, Jeremy, that I'm through 5 games. I feel like the best linebacker the Bills have is Shaq Thompson, who, back-to-back season-ending injuries, an Achilles and a broken leg, a wrong side of 30, and he's come in, and I think he's been comfortably the best linebacker the Bills have had this year. And I think that's the Bills got to get him on the field. I think they have to, and Milano's injury is going to probably make that pretty easy. But the Bills are playing a lot more base defense, like a lot more. And so that's a natural opportunity to get him on the field. But, yeah, with Milano out, I think he's their second best, I think he's their best linebacker right now, but certainly the guy that should be playing next to Terrell Bernard. And I think, part of it is Milano and injuries, right? Like, I think when he's on the field, he's a good player. But being on the field is step one, and that's been an issue for 3 years now. I think Dorian Williams, you've seen some of the processing warts on him. Obviously, he's working through a knee injury right now. And, Terrell Bernard, I think he just kind of is who he is. He's going to be able to shoot a gap and make a play from time to time. You'll love some of the stuff he does in coverage, but he's not a very good downhill player. He doesn't take on contact. He doesn't play through contact. He's an inconsistent tackler against the run. And so I think that's problematic at times. And I think the Bills are pretty aware of what they signed up for with Terrell Bernard. But, when you have inconsistency around him, whether that's young defensive tackles or his running mate or the second or the third level with safeties and how they fit and play downhill, it's gonna make some of the concerns with Terrell Bernard even worse.
Joe Marino with us on the Wester Hotline. Joe, on the offensive side of the ball, how troubling was the receiver performance from you? How much was that about? I mean, Joe Brady chalked a lot of that up. It sounded like he even, I think, said it. The Patriots' corners might be the best they face all year. So how much of it was the matchup, and how big a problem do you think that position is right now in the big picture?
Yeah, I think that's exactly the type of game that you would go into and expect that to be an advantage for New England. That's a really good pair of corners in Carlton Davis and Christian Gonzalez. I think Joe Brady said this week that's the best we'll face this year. I think it's probably a top 5 corner tandem in the NFL. So, no, I didn't have high expectations for Josh Palmer, Keon Coleman, and Tyrell Shavers on the perimeter to consistently win those matchups. Whether you like the numbers or not, the next-gen stats from the NFL will tell you that the Bills are 6th in average separation at the target, 6th best in the NFL at 3.7 yards. And that includes this New England game where the big narrative is nobody can get open. And so I think that was not the game. Of course, if your expectations for the Bills to win consistently at receiver with that matchup, I think that was a misguided expectation. I think they did a good job of involving Dalton Kincaid. I think they had a lot of opportunities to do more in the middle of the field and throw the ball out of their 12, 13, 21 personnel groupings, and this became a bit more of an 11 personnel game than I think it needed to. Part of that's penalties and being behind the sticks, but I think it wasn't a game that I expected the Bills receivers to do well, and it's like the first sign of, oh man, the receivers weren't super good. We bring back this conversation where for 4 weeks I don't think we're having that chat. I think it's the context of the game and maybe some game plan stuff that I think the Bills could have done more to attack the Patriots where they were more vulnerable in the middle of the field.
Yeah, like a lot of this receiver chatter for me, Joe, is I don't know that the Bills would be surprised by that outcome either. Right? And that's kind of one of the more confounding things for people that want them to get better at receiver is they don't really have a lot of separators, and they appear comfortable with that because of the way they build. And that's where you get to Concaid, Shakir, all the tight end usage that they want. And you felt like in this game, is this part of what Sean McDermott was talking about when he said they got cute, that they maybe got away from things that they do well that they should have done in this game?
It's been fun to see the probing of what Sean meant by the too cute. They pushed on Monday, and Joe Brady was pushed on it as well, and I don't think anyone's gotten a clear answer on that. But for me, if I were to believe where the offense got too cute was that they didn't take advantage of their opportunities specifically to throw the football out of their 12, 13, and 21 personnel groupings. That's been a money personnel grouping for the Bills all season long. Josh in the game was 6 of 6 for 77 yards and 5 first downs when using that personnel grouping. But, they used a lot of 11 to throw the ball, and Josh was 15 of 24 for 163 yards out of 11 personnel, your 3 wide receiver grouping. And, one of the big talking points that I had throughout the course of the week was you have to throw the ball with your big people on the field. This is a middle of the field game. They don't have good coverage players at linebacker and safety. They have good coverage players on the outside, and going into the game, New England was a disaster in terms of defending the pass out of their base personnel defense. And you're talking about they were 28th in EPA per pass defensively, going up against Geno Smith, Aaron Rodgers, and Bryce Young and Tua as the quarterbacks that were dicing them up. They were 11 of 12 for 147 yards against New England's base personnel. Josh Allen, going into this game, 22 of 33 for 222 yards and 6 touchdowns, 0 interceptions when passing the ball with multiple running backs and tight ends on the field. They just didn't do that enough. They didn't take advantage of that opportunity to really work the mismatch. You hear Brandon Beane and Sean McDermott say it's a matchup game, and how do we dictate matchups? Well, the way you dictate matchups is put your big people on the field and throw the ball. And they only threw it twice out of their 2-back or 2 tight end sets, and guess what? They got 20 yards on one play and 23 on the other. And that was all they did. So I thought that was a big missed opportunity to really use what you have and what they don't have and attack it. And instead we're frustrated that the receivers couldn't have been more impactful against a matchup that was an advantage for the New England Patriots.
Yeah, do you think if they had done that, that could have meant more Concaid in this game? Like more, I mean, he had his first 100-yard game. But we had this talk a little bit this week, Joe. And actually, I remember asking you about this in the offseason about, Concaid, his snap count, whether Knox is good for him. And you made a good case that it is. In this game, though, how do you feel like that's going? Because he is performing really well, and you still look up at those snap counts like, really, he's only on the field for half the snaps. Inevitably, people are going to want to see more.
Oh, for sure. And boy, my heart is warm to hear this conversation. Mm-hmm. I think they all work together to help each other. And it's something where you realize that Concaid is a really good player, and you want him to be involved even more. I think it's somewhat of a product of this player that Concaid is, right, where he's kind of a big slot, a guy that you want to play detached a little from the formation. He's not your traditional inline player. And so that's where Hawes and Knox really come in and help you to be able to unlock some of that. Concaid can't do it all, right? He's not a really solid inline player. He's not a guy that you're going to want to put on the line of scrimmage as like a boundary receiver, right? So his own limitations contribute to that. And so I think what you have to do is continue to find ways to put him in situations that are advantageous for him. And I think that's just kind of going to be a product of why the snap percentages are a little bit lower, but the efficiency when he's on the field is off the charts, right? I think it's kind of the give and take with that type of player. But in terms of, it's hard to be like, hey, they could have gotten the ball to Concaid more when he had 6 catches, 6 targets, over 100 yards. And I think if you threw the ball more out of those groupings, I think that helps. But I think there were more chances for Knox. I think you could have leaked out Hawes a little bit. Even the slot players, you force those matchups. If you throw the ball out of 21 or 12 or 13, you're going to probably get a good matchup in the slot, whether that's Shakir or whatever one receiver you have on the field, or Concaid on that matchup, or see if Jelani Tavai, who's a really good downhill player, can cover Dawson Knox. I think that was where I thought there was some more opportunities. It's not like Concaid didn't get enough. I thought he got plenty. Maybe you could get a little bit more there, but it was what you can get out of that personnel grouping for matchups that would give even the running backs, right, some opportunities. And James Cook had 1 target, none for any other back. I think that's where the meat was left on the bone for me.
As we turn to Monday Night Football and the Falcons, what level of upset alert do you have? I mean, the Bills were favored by 8.5 against New England and lost. This game, they're favored by 3.5. It's a road game, of course, and maybe a tough place to play, but does Atlanta present big challenges? You think that maybe you could need a shootout here because of what kind of weapons they might have?
Well, yeah, I think Atlanta presents some unique challenges, particularly with some of their skilled players, right? Bijan Robinson's a super dynamic running back. He's big, he's fast, he can catch it, he can run it. I mean, what he's doing in the passing game is really special this year, right? And so that's a mismatched player. And then they've got, Drake London, who's big and physical and, can win the ball. And Kyle Pitts has been pretty productive this year, and we know that he's a height, weight, speed freak. So they got those 3 guys. Here's the thing, right? I think they're going to want to run their offense through Bijan Robinson. But this is not a team that's been able to really stop the run this year. They're 27th in EPA run defense per snap. I think that's a big problem for them. And in terms of their passing offense, or their pass defense, I think metrically it's been very good, but I think any defense should be metrically very good when the quarterbacks you face have been Bryce Young, Marcus Mariota without Terry McLaurin, and who's the other quarterback they faced? J.J. McCarthy after Baker Mayfield in Week 1. So, I think they haven't been tested in some ways, and Josh Allen in a controlled environment coming off of a loss, I think that's very advantageous. But here's the thing with the Falcons passing offense in particular. They do not have anything down the field, and I don't mean 20 yards plus. I'm talking 10 yards plus. Right now this year, Michael Penix on throws 10 yards more down the field. He's 17 of 43 with 2 interceptions. He's last in passer rating with a 45.8 passer rating, 29th in completion percentage, 29th in completion percentage over expectation, and a catchable ball rate of 51%, which is 31st. All right, see if you in a game where you are mostly concerned about Bijan Robinson, play aggressive. Play aggressive with your coverage and dare a guy that has not been successful throwing the ball down the field and see if he can do it. and then see if for 60 minutes he can outscore Josh Allen in a dome. There's challenges that Atlanta is going to present. There's no doubt about it. But they've got some warts as well with their run defense, with their down the field passing offense. And I'm excited to see what the Bills do coming off of a loss. They're 17-5 with an average margin of victory of 10 points since 2020 after a loss. So going into the bye, I think you're going to see a team ready to make sure that they're not going into the bye with a 2-game lose streak.
Joe Marino, the Locked On Bills podcast, joining us as we chat every Wednesday. Joe, good stuff as always. Great stuff. Thanks for checking in. We'll check in next week.
All right, guys. Thank you.
All right. If you missed that, you can, of course, go back, find that on the YouTube stream, on our Odyssey app, and, don't miss Joe's segments, 8 o'clock on Wednesdays.
Quick follow-up to that. If they want to dare Atlanta to go down the field, one reason that's not happening this year is because Darnell Mooney's been hurt all year. And he is supposed to be back this week.
They're coming in off a bye.
They're coming in off a bye. Ian Rappaport said he wasn't supposed to miss any more games before their bye. But I saw there was no update on Mooney yesterday. And he's their downfield guy. Yeah. So we'll see if he plays on Monday.
He'd be a real nice fit here. But anyway, I like Darnell Mooney. He's good.
Hey, remember Josh Norris?
Josh Norris.
Remember?
Buffalo Sabres forward Josh Norris joins us on the other side ahead of tomorrow's season opener with the Rangers, with some Sabres coverage mixed in, Bills coverage as well. Your phone calls throughout, 803-0550. Josh Norris, next. I have a Twitter pull-up. What do you think the Bills most likely need to trade for by the November 4th deadline? Corner, safety, defensive line, or wide receiver? And I have voted corner.
Corner is where I would... It has to be corner or wide receiver, right?
Or safety? Probably corner.
And then what was the other one? Defensive line?
Yeah,
line. I think they're probably fine, right? They're probably... Well, I don't know if they're good, but we know who's coming back.
The line problem is there are so many pieces there that anybody coming in, someone's got to go out. Right. And at corner or receiver, I feel like I can find a spot relatively easy.
Right. So I probably would lean corner, but I think wide receiver is close. It's just corner's more dire right now for who's in, right? Yeah. We were frustrated with wide receiver and guys getting down the field, but are any of the receivers performing as poorly as Trey White is right now?
No. Paul, the Sabres, they open up tomorrow. The Rangers played last night, got shut out by Pittsburgh, and the Rangers will come in here for tomorrow night's opener at KeyBank Center. Looks like it'll be Alex Lyon in net. And let's talk a bit about the goaltending situation, because they also claimed a guy off waivers from St. Louis. And do you like this move? I mean, I know it's a waiver claim is what it is, but they had just signed Georgiev. Now they waive him and claim Ellis. To me, it at least looks like they're aware they've got so much uncertainty there, and they're willing to try a couple different things.
Yeah, I honestly, after talking to him and listening to Lindy Ruff, as Lindy Ruff said, it was just something they felt they could not pass up. I guess Ellis has been on their radar for a while, and it was an opportunity they felt they couldn't pass up. They saw Georgiev in preseason, as we did. It wasn't good. I mean, it wasn't any better than what I've seen the past 2 or 3 years. But on the other side of the coin, too, I'll tell you what my first thought was. If I'm Devin Levi, I'm like, oh, excuse me?
Yeah. We talked about this a little bit. Yeah.
You just picked up a 25-year-old goaltender who was in the AHL with me last year, and our numbers are almost identical last year in the AHL. So that was the first thing I thought is, what's Devin Levi thinking, and what's his move going to be one of these days?
Yeah. So we talked about that with Owen, and his theory, Paul, was maybe that Ellis is a bit more disposable here, whereas Levi, they're invested in this idea of a development arc. But I don't know. It's been a while here for Levi, and he's continuing to do the job, and they just feel he's still not ready.
Because even Armstrong, the GM of the Blues, I mean, I put some quotes from him in the article, and he said he was somewhat surprised just because Ellis doesn't have an NHL resume. Mm-hmm. So he was surprised the Sabres would grab him. He would have thought maybe they would have been looking, if they were looking for somebody, they'd be looking for somebody with, more experience, because his next game is his first game in the National Hockey League.
Jeremy White here for Z-Bar. Look, we live in
Played in the American League last year, had 19 goals, Tristan Braz. Able to get the first one. Sabres might have a chance to get it back here. Delayed penalty, scores! That's the talent you're going to see from number 9. Norris fights through the delayed penalty call and ties the game at 1.
Dan Dunleavy on one of the calls of a Josh Norris goal. Josh Norris joining us on the Western Hotline ahead of tomorrow night's opener for the Sabres and Rangers from KeyBank Center. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Josh, thanks for taking some time to join us today. And even though it's been 7 months, I feel like I want to say welcome to town because you came in March, but Sabres fans, I feel like, might still be getting to know you, even though you may have gotten to know this area a little bit.
Yeah, good morning, guys. It's thanks for having me on. It's good to be back. Yeah, I can't believe the season's starting already. It's exciting, and yeah, I'm finally I'm ready to get it going.
Were you here a lot throughout the off season?
No, I was back home in Michigan.
Training, getting ready though, like trying to get yourself in the right spot for a full season to be 100% at the start of a season.
Yeah, it was a great summer, man. I had a great summer. My health is in a great spot, which is obviously a great thing. So I'm ready to roll.
You had a relationship with the new strength and conditioning team with the Buffalo Sabres. How much did that help? And I guess how different do you feel right now, maybe compared to previous seasons as you've been dealing with some of these injuries, shoulders and whatnot?
Yeah, I'll answer that one first. Yeah, it's obviously a lot different than the last 2 or 3 years where I've always kind of had something lingering going into the season, and it affected me. I think physically and mentally, confidence-wise going into the season, so I didn't have to worry about any of that this summer, which was great. So I feel like myself, and I feel really confident, and just excited to go to the rink every day. And yeah, Brian Gallivan, who's the head of our strength department now, has trained me for a couple years back home, and when I heard the news that he was coming, I was so excited, and definitely, makes the transition a little bit easier just when you have someone that you're, you have personal ties with, and he's done a great job so far. So I think he's going to be, a big part of our success.
Josh Norris with us on the Western Hotline as we enter the season. If you were watching those couple games last year and you were wearing 13, this year fans will see you wearing number 9. Were you surprised at Zach Benson's ask for number 9, wanting the 2 bags?
Honestly, yeah, I was really surprised. I offered him. It's a pretty common thing when somebody asks for a new number. The guy who's getting the number that he wants will give the other guy a gift, and I won't say any of the other things that I offered him, but let's just say the 2 bags would have been my pick.
Yeah.
Nice.
How about him on the line that you've been practicing a lot with, Benson, Tage, getting more familiar with them? You played a couple times with Tage last season after the trade. Very different skill sets, but how do you feel like you mesh with both of their styles as we enter the season?
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of, last year at the end of the year was just a weird situation where I wasn't feeling my best. So, being back on the line with them now, it's obviously, Tage's play speaks for himself, and just a world-class player and somebody that's easy to play with. And then, I think Benny is, he's super crafty, and, he's one of those guys that can think at a high level too. So I think we just kind of, read off each other and make plays, and that's exciting. So I'm looking forward to, gaining some more chemistry with those guys.
Sabres, of course, you joined a team, a franchise that's had, struggles for a little while here, a long playoff drought. And how much is the idea of breaking that a conversation in the room? Not that it has to be, but is that something that, the guys around you have told you, yeah, this is a thing, we've been here for a while, and it's top of mind?
Yeah, I mean, I can't speak for everyone. Obviously, I haven't been here that long, but even just the feel from the end of last season to the start of this season throughout camp, to me, has been completely different. And, I think it needs to start from the players, and we want to set a certain standard every night. And, I thought camp was hard, and, we did a good job of, having conversations about the team that we want to be. And, I think camp's super important. So I thought, the guys are on the same page as much as we can be. So it's exciting.
Josh Norris with us on the Western Hotline. Josh, the power play going into this year, it's been a struggle for a couple of seasons here. How important do you think it is to have you as one and Tage maybe as the other going into the year? 2 strong shooting options on both sides. It seemed that over the years, sometimes teams will focus more on Thompson. How much do you feel like you could open him up on the other side and get the power play going?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking to help him. Obviously, he's got one of the best, if not the best shot in the league. So, teams are going to pre-scout that, and obviously they know who he is, and they're going to cheat on him sometimes. So, if I can make his life easier and be a threat to shoot too, which I think is one of my best traits, and I'm going to do that. And I think sometimes when you have a power play that has so much skill, it's easy to overcome or to overpass and try to make the perfect play. But I think we're just going to try to keep it simple and take what they give us and let our skill take over after that. So guys have done a great job during camp, and we're ready to go.
Josh Norris on the Western Hotline. Josh, you're from Michigan. Did you grow up a Lions fan? You have an NFL team. I mean, the Bills, of course, are in town, and you're allowed to root for them, too. Did you grow up a Detroit fan?
Yeah, I was a big Lions fan. It was tough getting there for a long time, and now they're finally they're good. So it's exciting to watch them, and I've watched the Bills a lot, too, and they're probably number 2 on my list now. So it's I got 2 good football teams to cheer for.
It's really not that different. Like, I think Bills fans saw Lions fans go through it for, even longer than Bills fans in like 50 years without ever having an important win. And now they're super fun and super interesting. So I feel like if you run into a Bills fan, you say I like the Lions. That they're probably pretty good with it. We're okay with the Lions for now.
Okay, that's good to hear.
Unless the Super Bowl, and then it could get different.
It also helps, Josh, I'm sure for you too, because you went there. But like having Michigan football right around the corner probably helps that pain, I'm sure too.
Yeah, it does.
Josh Norris on the Western Hotline. All right, Josh. Well, thanks for the time. Best of luck to a healthy season and to a good year for you with the Buffalo Sabres.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys. Appreciate it.
Josh Norris. He wears number 9 this year. Zach Benson wore number 6 this year. Joe pointed out that, first he told me something else, and then I remembered what the anniversary was. That today is the 10-year anniversary of Eichel's first game. Yes. He wore 15 at the time, then he switched to 9.
Yes, he did.
But my memory was of that game, among other things. That means it's the 10-year anniversary of the NHL Offside Challenge.
Yes, it is also the 10-year anniversary.
10 years ago, I sat in that arena as Evander Kane scored to tie the game 2-2, and then I was introduced to the single worst policy any sport has self-owned itself with than the NHL offside challenge, which is still as outrageous today as it was the day it began. I cannot believe we're a decade in, and we just live with that. It's terrible. Should never have happened. Should go away tomorrow. Won't. There you go. Happy anniversary.
Yep.
I'm not mad. It's a disaster. Can't believe it still exists.
At least it didn't happen on the Eichel goal.
It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. That was a game against the Senators. They're down 2-1. Eichel scores on the power play. Kane scores later.
Immediately after, I think, yeah.
Yep. Building's rocking. Actually, guys, there's a new rule. Oh,
We're going to go look at this iPad over here.
Mm-hmm. And see if this was off by 2 centimeters. So great. Cool sport. Good stuff. Thanks for everything. 803-0550, our phone number. I had one other thing I was going to mention for you for this game. So tomorrow night's the Rangers.
The Rangers.
That's
a team you're competing for wild card spots with. Probably. They missed the playoffs last year. Drury's on the hot seat. He's not sitting back and doing nothing if they don't start well. So I'm not at the point where I was rooting for Chicago last night to beat Florida actively.
No.
But I hope to be. That's the goal for the season. Scoreboard watching in the spring. Come on. Give me, so that if Chicago's playing Florida in February, I'm locked in. Come on, Blackhawks.
That just means I get mad about the scoring system all over again. Oh, please, not a 3-point game.
Oh, yeah.
We're still doing that.
You have more things that annoy you about hockey than about other sports?
It's a sport that's run insanely. Yeah. The sport is run, it's incredible. The things that they do. It's nuts. Hockey's great. The NHL, The playoff format? Playoff format is still here.
This is why we need the playoffs.
Everyone knows it's a terrible playoff format. Yeah. It's still here.
Yeah. This is why we need the playoffs, though, because you think he's mad about it now. Give me an offside review in an important playoff game. You haven't lived that life yet. We haven't lived that life yet. Imagine, what's a big important goal?
Go ahead and ask me if I would take the Sabres losing and being eliminated on a goal that was a little bit offside. Would I take that?
Yeah, Sabres make the playoffs, and they're eliminated in a Game 7 at home because of an offside review.
No, not that. Ask me if I would take a goal being offside, not reviewed, if it meant the review would go away forever.
Oh, I see. You're saying you would trade their season for offside review going away?
Yeah.
You would do that?
Yup.
That's kind of an insane take.
Insane? I can't ever cheer a goal at the arena until the officials sign off on it.
They haven't made the playoffs since I was in high school.
They're in the playoffs in this scenario. They lose in Game 7. They could do that anyway.
That's true.
Stupid review. Hey, Marty's going to join us tomorrow. Marty Baron, 8 o'clock tomorrow.
Nice.
Sabres season preview. All right, Sabres and Rangers. What else is going on? Sal's coming up at 9 o'clock.
How about the Sabres show up in a surprise third jersey? Well, they have a third jersey, so fourth jersey, I guess.
I'm into it.
Show up wearing the white goat heads at home. Just, hey, we didn't tell you this was happening. Bam, there it is. We're wearing the white goat heads at home.
Big surprise. They're wearing the Bills cold front white jerseys on the ice.
Yeah, people don't like those anymore because they lost.
That's ridiculous.
I've heard a couple people.
I know.
I'm getting rid of my jersey. I don't think they probably
It's
really
really
will.
sad that we can't ever have a whiteout again because they lost. Come on, Penn State, how many whiteouts have they lost? 20 over the years? They just don't stop having a whiteout. It was really cool. It was a great scene. We can't have it ever again? Was it the whiteout? Was it the rally towels?
The rally towels. The rally towels they should do that every week. I like that. The look of the rally towels on a third down, everybody's up. That should be a constant.
The Bills are wearing all white on Monday, too.
Right, with the
slightly different.
Oh, amazing jersey matchup because they're wearing the standing buffalo.
Yes, and the Falcons are wearing red helmets.
Yes, it's going to be great.
Should be good. 803-0550 to join us in 1-888-550-2550 on WGR. Looking at Devin Levi and his standing in the organization, they're he's down there just cooking in Rochester, and that is a long-term plan still. After he came up here and was the savior Is that 3 years ago? 2 years ago.
It's 3 seasons ago.
It's 3 seasons ago. It's a Lindy and a Don season ago.
Right.
Like, it's a while ago. And in those 2 weeks, Sabres fans had the opportunity to kind of entertain the idea, we've got our guy back there. And then that just did not happen. It has not happened at all. They signed a guy to a 5-year deal, and we don't know anything about him, if he's good or not.
No.
Luukkonen.
I guess, should I be any more hopeful that because that happened, they basically lost a playoff berth because they did not address goaltending. They had so many opportunities to just try anything in the middle of the year, and it was all, no, we're good. These guys are fine. We're going to wait for Levi to show up. That this go-around, if the season is playing out somewhat similarly, where, hey, the team is good and we can't get saves, that we should be more confident that Adams is going to go address it in the middle of the season. He already has tried to address it on the lowest of levels, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Waiver claims and vet minimum guys, but there is action, right? It's not just, well, we'll just plug Devin Levi in again and hope and cross our fingers that he's ready. Like, they are going out and getting other players, and if these players aren't doing it and Luukkonen's not healthy, like, should I expect that they'll make a move? Or should I be more, I don't know if expect is not right, because they never make those moves.
You never expect
But could I be more hopeful that you're not going to just let a season go by because you refuse to address a position that you need to get better at?
You would think. I mean, it's an organization that watched a 13-game losing streak and didn't do anything during it, and an 18-game losing streak, they'd fired the coach 12 games in. So, like, they're often an organization identified by lack of action or late action. Paul, the Sabres, they open up tomorrow. The Rangers played last night, got shut out by Pittsburgh, and the Rangers will come in here for tomorrow night's opener at KeyBank Center. Looks like it'll be Alex Lyon in net. And let's talk a bit about the goaltending situation, because they also claimed a guy off waivers from St. Louis. And do you like this move? I mean, I know it's a waiver claim is what it is, but they had just signed Georgiev. Now they waive him and claim Ellis. To me, it at least looks like, they're aware they've got so much uncertainty there, and they're willing to try a couple different things.
Yeah, I honestly, after talking to him and listening to Lindy Ruff, as Lindy Ruff said, it was just something they felt they could not pass up. I guess Ellis has been on their radar for a while, and it was an opportunity they felt they couldn't pass up. They saw Georgiev in preseason, as we did. It wasn't good. I mean, it wasn't any better than what I've seen the past 2 or 3 years. But on the other side of the coin, too, I'll tell you what my first thought was. If I'm Devin Levi, I'm like, oh, excuse me?
Yeah. We talked about this a little bit. Yeah.
You just picked up a 25-year-old goaltender who was in the AHL with me last year, and our numbers are almost identical last year in the AHL. So that was the first thing I thought is, what's Devin Levi thinking, and what's his move going to be one of these days?
Yeah. So we talked about that with Owen, and his theory, Paul, was like maybe that Ellis is a bit more disposable here, whereas Levi, they're invested in this idea of a development arc. But I don't know. Like it's been a while here for Levi, and he's continuing to do the job, and they just feel he's still not ready.
Because even Armstrong, the GM of the Blues, I mean, I put some quotes from him in the article, and he said he was somewhat surprised just because Ellis doesn't have an NHL resume.
Mm-hmm.
So he was surprised the Sabres would grab him. He would have thought maybe they would have been looking, if they were looking for somebody, they'd be looking for somebody with, more experience, because his next game is his first game in the National Hockey League.
Want to play a fun game?
Yes.
Want to play a game? So week 5 in the NFL. Owen, you can jump in on this as well, Dan. The 2 games Bills fans might be most interested in. Mm-hmm. Chiefs, Lions.
Mm-hmm. Yes, definitely. Sunday night.
And Ravens, Rams. So in terms of rooting interest, you don't even have to say who to root for. These are NFC teams, good NFC teams, playing AFC teams. Now, regardless of whether or not the Ravens and the Chiefs lose, which I think the Ravens are likely to lose, I think the Chiefs might be likely to lose.
I mean, the Rams are 7.5-point favorites.
Yeah, right.
That's crazy.
Here's my question. Tell me who's in a playoff spot that's going to fall out for one or two of these teams.
Okay.
Because if Kansas City's going to make it, they're on the outside looking in. Someone has to fall out.
Okay.
Right.
So at the moment, Indy not falling out.
Nope.
Bills not falling out. Pittsburgh. But the problem is if Baltimore doesn't track them down, they're in. Because the Browns and Bengals aren't making it.
Right. Pittsburgh plays the Browns and Bengals the next 2 weeks.
Right.
So that could easily be 5-1
versus 1-5.
Yeah.
Baltimore.
Yes.
Chargers aren't falling out.
Jacksonville?
Yeah, I could see it. Denver. If I had to pick one of Jacksonville, Denver, New England to fall out right now, I actually think I'd pick Jacksonville.
And they're 4-1, and they just beat
4-1
and just beat the Chiefs.
I think I would say them.
Pick a second.
New England's schedule is just too easy. It's too easy.
It is pretty easy.
I think they're going to win 10 games like in their sleep.
The Jaguars' schedule, they have their next game is the Seahawks. They could lose that.
They could lose that game.
Rams,
they could lose that game.
Yep. Raiders, Texans,
they won't lose that game.
Chargers, outside of the division. Chargers,
yeah, that's tough.
Jets,
not tough.
Broncos,
tough. Yeah, like not super easy. That's why like Baltimore's the one that's really in trouble here. Kansas City could probably figure it out and get knock one of those teams out. Jaguars, maybe the Patriots. The Steelers really got it made because the Steelers, I think, are the worst team of the 7 I'm looking at.
And they're just so set up.
I don't know that they're going to be challenged.
Yeah.
How far, that's going to be a really good question. How far back can the Ravens come from behind and catch Pittsburgh? Because there's no way they're beating the Rams this week. So we're talking about a 4-game lead. Man, I would actually be partially tempted to pick the Ravens to come all the way back and do it. They'd have to beat the Steelers both head-to-head matchups, though, right?
Mm-hmm.
You do that, you're 2 games back, and I know the defense is totally banged up, but if you give me healthy Lamar in 2-3 weeks, I would say they have just enough time to track them down. I don't think Pittsburgh's that good.
Would that earn Lamar the MVP for pulling them out of that hole?
Maybe. He's 35-1 right now.
Right.
So he's not really on the radar for it. But sure,
if they
maybe
pull out of that tailspin because he comes back and gets healthy and they win,
yeah, it'd be in play.
10 games to finish. That's probably a pretty solid case to make for it.
But they're the ones. And are they the only 2 teams outside the playoff picture right now you could envision making it? The answer is yes, right? There's nobody else outside the AFC playoff picture other than Baltimore, Kansas City that you would think makes it? Cincy, Houston, Vegas, Miami, Cleveland, Tennessee, Jets. Those are all terrible teams that nobody's got any expectation is going to make it. Houston, maybe. The defense is great.
It is great.
So maybe the Texans squeak in, but that's what. I think it's set up for New England. They don't have a lot of challengers. It's the Chiefs, and they have the easiest schedule. The quarterback looks really good. Diggs has looked great 2 weeks in a row. The defense is pretty good. Why is New England not making the playoffs? What's the case right now that they're not making it?
That they are not yet ready, that they're not consistent enough, that
but that's part of it. How consistent do they have to be? Because you think maybe they would drop a game to one of these bad teams?
Yeah.
They could lose with the Browns.
They lost to the Steelers, who we think are bad, but they did have 5 turnovers in that game.
5 turnovers, yeah.
So
their problem might just be they can't stop giving the ball to running backs that just keep fumbling the football. That's how they're going to lose games.
There is a funny situation in New England where Mike Vrabel keeps saying, we've got to figure out what's going on with this fumbling problem because it's not okay. And everyone's like, there's a guy
to Vrabel.
There's a guy standing right here who's fast and good. He doesn't. Trevion Henderson, you drafted him.
Yeah.
Maybe give it to him
instead of the guy who's the most fumbles in the league every year. Right, Earth to Vrabel. It shouldn't be that hard to figure that part of it out.
We're all trying to figure out who did this. Stop handing the ball to Stevenson. All right, 803-0550. Sal on the other side. See what he has to say about this. By the way, the whole week moves a day.
Yes, right. Sorry, correction from the update earlier.
Yeah.
There's no update. There's no practice update today.
Yes.
No injury report.
No
That'll
injury
come tomorrow.
designations.
Yep.
Yes. Also coming up at 9:30, lots of Sabre stuff is going to be available at the game, including there's going to be a beer and a sword.
Are they bringing? They're not bringing that in today, are they?
I don't know. I don't think so.
They could just put orange juice in it for us or something.
A beer and a sword. You want to get a beer in a sword?
You got a problem with orange juice?
In general? Or at a hockey
in general.
Game? No. Who has a problem with orange juice?
You don't like eggs, so I didn't know. Maybe you're all against all breakfast items.
I mean, orange juice is fine. I don't know if I want to order one at a Sabres game. That's more your material.
You would
ordering a weird thing.
Hey, do you see this sword with the beer goes into? Could you put orange juice in it for me?
What's weirder? All right, maybe I know the answer to this question. A Cobb salad at a movie theater or a Sabre full of orange juice?
Definitively the Sabre full of orange juice. It's not even close.
Can you get an orange juice at the arena?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Maybe.
I don't know. Why would they have it?
You go to the bar where they make mixed drinks and you say, I just want an OJ.
That would be the most likely place. Yeah.
Anyway, all right. Sal coming up. And we were starting to say, like, everything moves today. So injury designations tomorrow. The Bills' schedule kind of moves because they play on Monday, and then they have a bye. 803-0550 on WGR. Are we ready for them to be good? Want to do a Sabres preview here very quickly? Are we ready for this? Are they going to be good? Does it make anybody feel better to see the analytics community and lots of the crowd?
Another one yesterday, I saw.
Yeah. It's a lot of fading the other teams in the division. No one's in on Toronto being good.
Right.
No one's really. I mean, I'm seeing Florida get faded a bunch. They did win last night. So it's a lot about how maybe this this gridlock of this division might be loosened for a bit.
Yeah, and it might stink.
And you can get in there.
Yeah, the division might really stink. Like, Boston's going to be one of the worst teams in the league. That's flipped from them being one of the most consistent franchises in the sport for a long, long time. So the division is a big part of it. Somebody jumps up that you're not expecting, or at least that you're not used to, right? Like, it's the top three. What's it been almost every year? It's been some combination of Toronto, Tampa, Florida, Boston. Mm-hmm. And nobody has jumped into that. And I would be really surprised if one of Buffalo, Detroit, Ottawa, and Montreal didn't jump into that.
Because last year, Ottawa and Montreal both make the playoffs, but as wild cards.
I think as wild cards.
Right, okay. Yeah. Boston didn't, but the other three were still kind of locked into their three spots.
Yeah, I'll have to look. Like, the last time one of those four teams
finished in the top
or one
three.
of those bottom four finished in the top three, like, I think it's been one of the most consistent divisions in like all sports.
Yeah,
there's been no flipping.
That's unfortunate.
So that's a big part of it. Am I ready for them to be good? No, I don't think I am. Mentally, I don't think I'm all the way there. I'm getting there, though. I think the goaltending is still holding me back a little bit. But the more I read about, it's a lot of it is the numbers guys, though, right? Mm-hmm. It's Patrick Bacon from Top Down Hockey yesterday. It's Jay Fresh Hockey. It's evolving the Twins at Evolving Wild. Like,
it's
all
Michael
these,
Blake McCurdy.
Dom Lecision.
Yeah.
Like, all these data guys that are really diving in and doing their projections. Is it every single one of them is like, yeah, the Sabres are going to be good? Like, they're good at least in terms of like a team that's in the low 90s for points.
Right, good by their standard. And
like a team where it's going to come down to the final week of the season.
Yeah. I want to start with the secondary because it feels like there's maybe if there's one thing Bills fans can agree on right now, it's that the secondary doesn't look like it's going to hold up as presently constructed. Maybe Max Hairston can help, but we kind of don't know that. So how bad is it back there from what you look at when you see Stephon Diggs go for 100 yards, 10 catches on 12 targets? Like, how troublesome was that performance from the Bills secondary?
Well, I think it's an example of how if the defense isn't connected like it needs to be, where a player like Tre'Davious White, who's not an ideal starter, can be exposed. And obviously the Bills signed Tre'Davious White, and then immediately after doing that, they picked Maxwell Harrison in the first round. They've platooned Dorian Strong with Trey White. They don't want Trey White to be the every down player. They want to give way to a younger player. And unfortunately, this Dorian Strong situation doesn't sound good. He's on injured reserve with a neck injury, and nothing has been ruled out in terms of severity, and he's going to see a specialist. That doesn't sound like a great situation for a guy that is going to be able to help this team anytime soon. And then there's the Maxwell Harrison piece of this, where the guy hasn't practiced since July 29th, and he's a rookie. You know, not only does he have to get the knee healthy, but he's got to get ready to play. And I have a huge appetite to see what that looks like. But the point being is, if your rush can't be probably more than consistent, and if your other supporting players in the secondary are going to be intermittent with their processing speed, it's going to make it difficult on a player like Tre'Davious White, who, to his credit, I think has done mostly a good job of not getting cooked for big plays in terms of just getting destroyed by routes. I think he's tried his best to keep everything in front of him and trigger and tackle, and I think that's worked out well for him. But you just see the limitations on a third down, and they're going to put him in man coverage. If the rush doesn't get there quick, it's going to be an opportunity for the other team to get a completion. So I think that's where it's been a little bit challenging. And through that, you kind of seen Taylor Rapp with some tardy responses and him not necessarily triggering and playing fast. And so it's putting a lot of stress on some limited players when the overall defense can't be better.
The Bills re-signing linebacker Balin Spector to their practice squad with the injuries to Matt Milano and Dorian Williams. Spector was cut by the Bills during training camp. The team will have an injury report tomorrow. Everything's backed up a day with a Monday Night Football game, so we'll learn more about Ed Oliver and others from tomorrow's report. Elsewhere around the NFL, Jeremy Fowler just reported that Giants wide receiver Darius Slayton not expected to play tomorrow night against the Eagles, dealing with a hamstring injury. Giants already obviously without Malik Neighbors at that position too. The Sabres with a move yesterday. They waive goaltender Alex Gorgiev after they added a goaltender the day before. Tomorrow, the season opener against the New York Rangers. Baseball playoffs continue. The Yankees survive. They were down 6-1 against the Blue Jays. They rallied to win 9-6 and force a Game 4, which is tonight at 7 o'clock. All four series will be in action, starting with the Mariners and the Tigers at 3 o'clock. Seattle leads that series 2-1. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. Sports Talk on WGR is presented by Paramount Plus. Can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Plus, watch your local NFL game live every Sunday, all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Aaron Judge off the fair pole.
Bar in, as us hockey folk would call it.
My favorite thing about playoff baseball, and they experienced this last night at Yankee Stadium, is the crack of the bat cheer when it looks like it might be a home run, and then the second cheer when it's confirmed to be a home run. Sometimes you hit it hard enough for Judge. It launched into the air. Crowd goes nuts, kind of like the roar before a horn in hockey. The crowd sees, that's a goal, and last night Judge got that.
How about no doink? It doesn't sound like a field goal post, I guess.
He hit
I didn't really hear it.
He hit like that wire mesh, though, not the pole, right?
I thought he hit the pole.
Well, they got that mesh that extends out so you can see clearly that it did.
Right, okay.
Because it got redirected right onto the field of play. Sal Capaccio joining us on the Western Hotline. Sal, congratulations.
On another day of the season.
To your Yankees. Yeah. I opened the show pointing out that I opened the show pointing out that at 6-1 in the third, a lot of Yankee fans were writing obituaries on the season. I thought it's only the third inning. And the comeback was swift.
Oh, I was fully expecting to be old takes exposed because I did that. I mean, look, I wrote, my tweet was something along the lines, not right in front of me, of I'd say good series Blue Jays, but it wasn't. It wasn't a good series. They just hammered the Yankees. It was non-competitive.
Yeah.
And I wrote that an inning later, everything started. And I'm like, all right, you guys can thank me because I put that out there, and I'm like fully expecting to get old takes exposed, but why would you not think that? They were getting crushed every game.
Yeah.
It was 6 runs already after a billion runs the first 2 innings. They could not get them out.
And
so I don't blame anybody for thinking that was going to be like that.
Yeah, I think 29-9 was the score in the series at the third inning.
And the Blue Jays were playing with some serious vibes, like the Vladdy Superman dive across home plate. Like, would have been hard to envision.
God.
He hit a homer in the first inning, and then he does that later on. Like, oh man, everything's just going their way. But
I got a couple of things for you on this though. By the way, guys. Okay, first of all, let me say it was so important to get to tonight because it's a bullpen game, right? Now that's the thing. Like, you got to win now tonight. Like, okay. Obviously, you got to win anyway. It's your season on the line, but wow, like you have such an opportunity if you're the Yankees. This is a bullpen game, and they already used a bunch of bullpen, and Schlittler's going tonight. Like this thing should go to 5, and then we'll see what happens. But I got a story for you, and you tell me about like kind of your experience with this and what you think. So watching the game last night, it was late, and Max was watching it with me. We're both Yankee fans, and I'm like, and we got to that point, and he's like, I just want to watch a little bit more. He's trying to go to bed or whatever. So we're sitting there watching it together. It's right around that time. Well, I went to MLB.com to look at something, and I realized they were like 2 pitches ahead.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
On their game cast.
Yeah.
I saw the Aaron Judge home run on MLB.com and did not say anything to Max, just as he's stepping into the plate, basically, or took a pitch or whatever. I knew it happened before it happened, and I couldn't say anything. And so then I just waited for it to happen for his reaction. But kind of have you – I kind of knew there about – and I stuck with it just for a second to see.
Yeah.
And I was a little bit mad I did, but I also was cool because I was with my son to see his reaction. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I run into this almost weekly, Sal, especially when the Bills are away, because I will have the Bills game on the TV, and then I will have Red Zone on the smaller screen, and I don't know how this is possible, but every week – Red Zone somehow is ahead of the Bills game. So whenever they go to the Bills game, I have to quickly put the screen down because I'm about to see the play that's about to happen. And sometimes I don't catch it in time, and I see what happens, and then I kind of ruin it for myself and whoever else in the room. So yeah,
I'll give you,
that's like the downside of streaming these days, I think.
I'll tell you where I can remember this happening for me a bunch of times. On Twitter, watching a Bills game. This probably happens to a lot of people with streaming. We're all on different timelines now.
Right.
Here, like 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 30 seconds. One fun thing that happens during a Bills game is you won't see a highlight or know what happened. You'll just see 50 people write, he did what? and it's usually a Josh Allen thing, and I'll think, and I'll put the phone on me like, okay,
can't wait to see what this is.
He's going to do something. And the best example of this was the Amari Cooper pitch for the touchdown. They're like 37 consecutive. I can't believe what I just saw. Oh my God, Josh. Oh my God. Oh my God. Like, put it down. All right, what's going to happen on this play?
Right.
So it's not fully spoiled. It's a little bit more of like a heads up.
Well, right, like Sal's was fully spoiled because you knew what happened. Like, did that ruin it for you? Like, were you mad that you had seen it?
No, a bit. I'm like, oh, it would have been cool. But I was actually super excited because I wanted to see Max's reaction.
Yeah,
that's cool.
You know what I mean? Like, that was the cool part. Like, I knew it was coming. And I'm like, oh, man, when this happens, like, he's going to go crazy. And sure enough, he did. And it's out, and he, like, kind of stood up like, oh, my God. And then we were high-fiving each other, and all that was great.
Is that the best moment of Judge's career?
Oh, 100% right now.
Or did they have to win the series?
Yeah, I mean, he's hit really well, but he hadn't hit a home run. His numbers right now in the postseason this year are actually better than his regular season numbers, which are incredible. But, you know, he's a home run guy, and he hadn't hit a home run. He hadn't had a signature moment. And for years, he's always been known as a playoff underachiever, actually. And this year is different, but without the home run. And then who's on the call? Joe Davis? Joe Davis, play-by-play guy, right?
Yeah.
And he said it was a great call. His call, if you hear it while the ball's in the air, he says, if it stays fair, it's his moment. And it did. And it was amazing. That was really cool.
Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline. So Blue Jays and Yankees right back to it tonight, a 7 o'clock start. And hopefully they get this game in before 1 a.m. These games, they're long. But a great moment last night in the Bronx. All right, Sal, so for the Bills, as we kind of turn our attention to the Monday night game and, you know, put the Patriots game in the rear view, we did have a roster move where Balin Spector is back. And I'm sure, you know, the reaction to Balin Spector back on the practice squad is exactly what you would expect. People saying like, hello again. You're healthy, I guess, you know. So, but it underscores what's going on at linebacker, Matt Milano, and what they might have to be doing in that department.
No doubt. And I get it. I totally get it. Like, Balin Spector has been unavailable. He hasn't been able to stay healthy. I mean, throughout the entire offseason, I said I doubt Balin Spector makes the team because Joe Andreessen just proves to be healthier and more available. And then Spector actually was performing well during training camp, and then what happened? Had another soft tissue injury, right? So he winds up getting released, injury settlement or injury designation, whatever it was at the time. Anyway, he's back now. So what happens here is you have one game and then you have a bye week. You're missing Matt Milano almost definitely this week, I would say, at this point, because Sean McDermott called him week to week, but did not. It kind of sound like he won't go on IR, which is encouraging. In the meantime, so what do? If you have 1 week to prepare, get ready. Like, you need guys who have reps. And if you have to insert somebody later in the week, like, yes, I know. People don't want to hear this. I totally get it. I hate it. I know. Oh, my God. Why do they sign a guy who knows the system? Just go get a better player. But you're probably talking about a 1 week fix if you need somebody in a pinch. So that's why you sign a guy that might know the system. This isn't about long-term development for a player. The other thing is, a lot of times when you sign a guy to the practice squad, it's not just about, you know, and oftentimes it's not about the guy helping you. It's scout team, right? Like, you have a player here who, you know, he knows how to come in here and run scout team for us. He knows what we expect from the scout team, right? That's also a part of this when that happens. I'm not sitting here defending it and telling you Balin Spector is great. That's not what I'm doing, everybody. I try to explain, though, why they do things like this, which is you bring a player in who you know can come in on and in 3 days practice help your team practice the way that the guy has always, you know, you're familiar with him. So that's why you do something like that. But you're right. Matt Milano most likely just, you know, out this week. We'll see where it goes from there. Jimmy Charlo on the 53 right now, mostly for special teams. They do have Joe Andreessen, Shaq Thompson, obviously. So hopefully we don't know, though, what this means for Dorian Williams. That's the other piece of this, which this could mean that Dorian Williams also is not available, guys.
So we find out more about that maybe tomorrow, right? Because everything's moved a day.
Yes, everything's moved today, yeah.
And then the other obvious question, I suppose, is what the Bills will do at corner. Because, you know, Sal, before Dorian Strong went out with the injury, they were mixing him in. And you might, if he were healthy, see he's corner two. And he's seeing a specialist. I don't know how soon we're going to get that update. But it feels like the question is there for Sean McDermott. Like, what's going to happen at corner two for you guys?
Oh, for sure. And did you guys see the report from Adam Schefter yesterday saying that he expects, or he was on a podcast, and he said on this podcast, he expects like a trade every week on a Monday or Tuesday leading up to the trade deadline.
Yeah,
like there could be
as many as 10 or 12 trades he's expecting.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Right, so I think that's Like if you look right now, we can talk about receiver all we want. I think that would be the area people look at and say, well, you need help there, and look at your numbers. Who do you have? What do you have in Dorian Strong? What's going on there? What do you have behind him in Jamarcus Ingram? You have Dane Jackson on the practice squad. So what's going on with Max Harrison? You can't really rely on that. Now, if you knew everybody was healthy, Dorian Strong was coming back, Max Harrison's coming back, then maybe it would be different. But we don't know that right now. The Bills obviously have more information, on all of that. But at the same time, it's not just what you need on the field; it's the numbers too at the position. So I guess this is all me getting to. Yes, I agree, Jeremy. Like that's a question I think the team is going to have to attack and figure out as we get closer as the trade deadline approaches.
Do you think it's so bad, Sal, with Tre'Davious White at this point that they could turn to a Jamarcus Ingram or somebody else, even rotationally like they were with Dorian Strong before he got hurt?
I don't know if they would do that. Maybe, but again, I'll go back to the Tre'Davious White stuff is to me, when you say so bad, Joe, I mean, like, I just think that he knows he's not the same player, and sometimes it's too much of a cushion, and he's getting beat on the balls that are underneath on him, so now it looks a little bit worse, right? So what do you need more out of that position, I guess? Are you getting more if you put Jamarcus Ingram? Maybe. I'm not really sure. It's a tough question to answer. I'm not really sure.
So the next piece of good news is that when they tell us, if it happens, when it happens, that they've activated Max Harrison's practice window, right? Like, I don't know when that'll happen, but it feels like the day that happens, Sal, like, okay, there's an opening for good news or a good timeline because then it opens up 3 weeks. Does he return? All that kind of stuff. And I don't know. I don't know if we expect to get any sort of update on that soon, but I'm just kind of waiting for it.
I agree with you. The thing about it is I think this is kind of, to me, like, I'm looking at big picture, guys, and I think it's a little unfair to Max Harrison, too, for this to happen because what's going to happen is, you're right, Jeremy, let's just say this next right after the bye, we hear, okay, they're opening Max Harrison's window. Then you do the math. You say, okay, then he should be available. He'll be available right around Thanksgiving or so, or a little bit in early November. That doesn't mean he's ready to play. He might be on the 53 and you activate him, but what can you expect from a guy who missed all of training camp as a rookie, who's missed all of this time? You don't get those reps back. This is game planning time. It's not like he could just walk on the practice field and do all those things and make up for all that missed time at training camp. Like, now you're game planning and things like that. So I want to be careful of that.
Yeah.
And I want to have fans understand, like, just because he starts practice at some point and then he's on the 53, that doesn't mean he's ready to step in and play. He could. It'd be great. But, I mean, I think that's an unfair expectation.
Is it different based on position, Sal? Like, safety, we would expect it to be more about reads. I don't know. Like, I'm thinking about they bring back guys that know the system and know the way they practice, and, it's something they consistently do. And I don't know if you've seen this. A common response I get to that is this defense so complicated? Only a certain number of people can understand it. And I don't necessarily think that's the case. But I guess I'd get your thoughts on, is corner not the same as safety? Because last year with safety, Cole Bishop's season was written off because he didn't get those reps. Does Hairston need the same amount as Bishop would have needed, or is it a faster adjusting position?
It's a good question. I mean, I think that's all in the individual, maybe. Maybe corner could be because you could just say man-to-man, go cover this guy, right? You could do that. Be a little bit different. But the Bills do run a zone system, and there's intricacies in that zone, but they're not different than any team. Like, when people say, I get the same thing, Jeremy, is the system that complicated? No, but it's football. It's a system. Because the same people who say that are going to be the people who are mad that Cole Bishop gave up a play over the top against the Houston Texans last year because guess what happened? He didn't know the system on that play. He didn't do the right thing, right? I mean, like, you can't have it both ways. Like, if you want the guy to play and you say, well, I don't care. Who cares about system? Well, then when he goes in, he gives up a big play. Don't be mad about it because what happened on that play? Him and Rasul Douglas. And Rasul Douglas said after that, do you remember the play I'm talking about? Right? Nico Collins against Houston last year. And what did Rasul Douglas say after the game? He said, I should have known in that moment, like, Cole wasn't like that to help him there. Like, that, you can't have it both ways. It's just the way it works. It's not that it's so overly complicated. That's just football. That's the way it works for every team.
I guess one difference could be there that safety, if you mess up, you're often the last line of defense, whereas at corner, maybe not always. I mean, you play cover 3. Like, there are instances where, or if you're just in straight man, that it could kill you too. But it might be a little different in that way than safety. It's not like they're often veterans though. Like I looked back, like how often have they plugged a corner in like right away? Like Douglas got traded for a couple years ago. Exactly, it was like 1 week he goes in. They signed Xavier Rhodes in the middle of a year a couple years ago. He was here for a week and he went in. But that's where I don't know how much to read into that for Hairston, because whenever they have done that, it's typically with a veteran corner.
Agreed with you, Joe. I was thinking about that. Like typically when you trade, and a lot of times it's just the nature of, well, who's going to get traded? Guys, veterans who have expiring contracts, right? Yep. I mean, you're not going to trade good players on on rookie contracts. I guess it's just the nature of it anyway. But I agree with you. Like from a team acquiring a player standpoint, a lot of times it's that guy's been in the league. He understands. He can come in here. He's seen it all. He knows. I think it's the same with Joe Flacco. Like, I know that Joe Flacco isn't like this amazing upgrade for the Cincinnati Bengals. But the reason you bring Joe Flacco in if you're the Cincinnati Bengals is the guy has seen everything in this league. He can get up to speed more. Heck, he prepared for the team they're playing already once this year when they played the Green Bay Packers, right? I mean, like, he's seen everything in the league. So, you know, if you're looking at it from a Bengals standpoint, I know, right? Who are you going to go out there and get it? There's not some necessarily young quarterback on a rookie contract that can come and fix it. And even if it is, the onboarding for that is just a little too tough. And I think it's the same thing here with guys you bring in. So, yeah. That's why you bring in guys who know the system. That's why you have to be careful with that, because this league is unforgiving. No one cares. If you roll Max Hairston out there right away, as soon as his window opens, he practices and he gets out there, whatever team he is playing, I'm guaranteeing you, they're game planning to say, dude, we're going to go after that guy because he's not going to know what he's doing right now.
And, you know, we haven't mentioned, I don't think, too much, one part of it, they're going to see if he can tackle.
Right,
100%.
Like
they're going to run at him.
They're going to run at him. Does he have the strength? You know, being referred to him as a willing tackler, and that was one of the knocks. Like, he's not huge, not a lot of size there. Like, all right, can he do the job in that department? Of course, that's someplace the Bills they value their corners that tackle. So you know,
I also want to make this point too. The Bills actually have a linebacker I think they really like, and that's Keontae Jenkins. He's on the practice squad, but he's been elevated twice, I think. So when you go back to linebacker, just circle back to our linebacker talk, guys. Like, a lot of this is numbers, too. They've already burned Zion Logue's elevations. I think Jenkins has been elevated twice already. So if you really need someone, do you want to do that right now, right? Maybe that's why Spector's here. So these are games you got to play. But I think they really like Keontae Jenkins. I think he brings a lot of that stuff that they like about his versatility.
Sal Capaccio talking Bills here. Bills and Falcons on Monday Night Football. Indoors, wearing their white throwbacks. You know, Sal, we've talked corner, we've talked safety. The quick wide receiver point I'd like to make is, you know, we talk about receiver a lot. We have for multiple years. It's one of the reasons we keep talking about it, is because it continues to be a question. That said, like, I put up a Twitter poll, what do you most expect the Bills to pursue? I put corner ahead of it. I put safety maybe ahead of it, whatever. Like, depth in the secondary, because they still need answers defensively. I think maybe part of the conversation about receiver that gets lost is I don't think the Bills are surprised by any of this. You know what I mean? Like, I might not like it. I might think you should draft a separator. You should have a couple more separators. But they have not been fooled into these picks. These are free agent signings, and they trade down in a draft to take Coleman, which means, like, every one of these decisions are conscious decisions on the type of player to add. So with Concaid in there, with Shakir in there, with the type of offense they have specialists. I think the receivers are okay. There are going to be games you really wish you had a separator, but I do not think they are the least bit surprised that sometimes it might look like they don't.
Agreed. I mean, they've gone about it very intentionally, right? I mean, they built this roster intentionally, and you know, obviously Brandon Beane comes on the day after the draft. We know what happened on WGR with you guys, and then an hour later we find out they're signing Elijah Moore, and I think a lot of people right there were like, okay, there's your separator. I mean, the guy was inactive last week, right? They have that decision. It's not like he was not healthy. They chose that. They chose to have him inactive last week. They're going about it very intentionally, and you might not like that. I might not like that. The fans might not like it. But this is intentional, and this is what they want out of it.
Yeah, if I could ask a follow-up to that, is there any room for maybe they're surprised by Palmer so far? Because one thing being said with us the day after was, you guys forget about Josh Palmer, which we had talked about him, but like, he was signed and he was, I thought, supposed to be that role. Like, if a team's going to attack you with man coverage and dare receivers to get open, that could be the role that Palmer fills in. And he only made one catch before that final play at the end, which was going to be laterals. So I don't know. I don't know what they've sounded like, though, Sal. Have they sounded disappointed at all with Palmer's role or anything?
Nobody sounded that way to me. I don't know if you guys saw. Ryan Talbot actually tweeted out yesterday. I give him credit. I'm going to read you what he wrote. This is from Fantasy Points Data. He quote tweeted it. You can find the tweet. It's right on Ryan's page. He said, a lot of talk about separation this week for Bills wide receivers. According to the Fantasy Points Data Graph, free agent addition Josh Palmer has a great ASS, by the way. That's what it's called.
Yeah, I saw that separation score.
Average separation score. Sorry, I know, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys read this or saw this or not,
did.
but he actually is getting separation. I think my question is then, okay, if he's getting separation, though, how do you incorporate that into getting him the ball? Right.
I saw this tweet from Ryan, who does great work, and I saw the chart. The chart had Palmer at reasonably good ASS. Okay. It wasn't great. It was above average, but like barely above average, and everybody else on the Bills was below. So, and there's also a point here, like, you know, if we tell you, or if you're hearing the Bills receivers aren't separating, and then you find a clip where a guy got separation, that doesn't mean the whole thing was untrue. You know, like I can sit here and tell you that you know, the Sabres have stunk for 14 years. You're like, what about the time they won a game? Like, well, all right, you're looking at big picture here. Palmer is probably their best separator. Does he do it on a level against a good opponent? That's a different conversation, right? Like if they run into a team that can cover their receivers on the outside, all of a sudden he separates against some corners, maybe not against that one, maybe not against
Christian Gonzalez, for instance.
Sure, right. So
do you guys? Did you? I don't know if you heard Joe Brady this week said Joe Brady. I thought was really interesting. He said those are probably the best two corners we'll face all year. Best pair of corners.
That might be right.
That was really interesting. Him saying that.
Right.
Well,
they'll see that team again, though. Like that's part of it.
Falcons have a really good defense. Falcons actually, I was looking at some numbers today, and I know they haven't played world-beating quarterbacks. The Falcons have allowed like less than 58% completion percentage from opposing quarterbacks this year. Like they're allowing like less than 140 yards a game passing. I'm not sure. And again, I don't know. Like I haven't studied a lot of their games right now and going through all that, but like I mean, this could be a challenge this week to throw on them.
Yeah, we'll see. It might not be a challenge to run on them, though. They're pretty bad against the run, so maybe it's another James Cook
like that.
week.
Maybe that's why teams aren't, throwing as much on them.
Right. Yeah. All right, Sal, thanks very much. Enjoy tonight's Yankee game.
All right, guys. Thanks a lot. You got it.
All right, Sal Capaccio on the Wester Hotline. Again, the schedule's all moved today, so your normal Wednesday becomes Thursday. The Bills play on a Monday. You know, that's how that goes. When we return, they brought us some food. The Sabres have brought us some food.
Let's eat.
Yes, we're going to eat and tell you all about the things that are new at the arena this year. Mike Bunapane, executive chef for Delaware North at KeyBank Center, and Mary Masick, assistant GM for Delaware North at KeyBank Center, coming in to talk to us about what you'll find at the arena starting tomorrow night. Sabres, of course, you join a team, a franchise that's had, struggles for a little while here, a long playoff drought. And how much is the idea of breaking that a conversation in the room? Not that it has to be, but is that something that, the guys around you have told you, yeah, this is a thing, we've been here for a while, and it's top of mind?
Yeah, I mean, I can't speak for everyone. Obviously, I haven't been here that long, but even just the feel from the end of last season to the start of this season throughout camp, to me, has been completely different. And, I think it needs to start from the players, and we want to set a certain standard every night. And, I thought camp was hard, and, we did a good job of, having conversations about the team that we want to be. And, I think camp's super important. So I thought, the guys are on the same page as much as we can be. So it's exciting.
I want to start with the secondary because it feels like there's maybe if there's one thing Bills fans can agree on right now, it's that the secondary doesn't look like it's going to hold up as presently constructed. Maybe Max Hairston can help, but we kind of don't know that. So how bad is it back there from what you look at when you see Stephon Diggs go for 100 yards, 10 catches on 12 targets? Like, how troublesome was that performance from the Bills secondary?
Well, I think it's an example of how if the defense isn't connected like it needs to be, where a player like Tre'Davious White, who's not an ideal starter, can be exposed. And obviously the Bills signed Tre'Davious White, and then immediately after doing that, they picked Maxwell Hairston in the first round. They've platooned Dorian Strong with Trey White. They don't want Trey White to be the every down player. They want to give way to a younger player. And unfortunately, this Dorian Strong situation doesn't sound good. He's on injured reserve with a neck injury, and nothing has been ruled out in terms of severity, and he's going to see a specialist. That doesn't sound like a great situation for a guy that is going to be able to help this team anytime soon. And then there's the Maxwell Hairston piece of this where the guy hasn't practiced since July 29th, and he's a rookie. Not only does he have to get the knee healthy, but he's got to get ready to play. And I have a huge appetite to see what that looks like. But the point being is if your rush can't be probably more than consistent, and if your other supporting players in the secondary are going to be intermittent with their processing speed, it's going to make it difficult on a player like Tre'Davious White, who, to his credit, I think has done mostly a good job of not getting cooked for big plays in terms of just getting destroyed by routes. I think he's tried his best to keep everything in front of him and trigger and tackle, and I think that's worked out well for him. But you just see the limitations on a third down, and they're going to put him in man coverage. If the rush doesn't get there quick, it's going to be an opportunity for the other team to get a completion. So I think that's where it's been a little bit challenging. And through that, you kind of seen Taylor Rapp with some tardy responses and him not necessarily triggering and playing fast. And so it's putting a lot of stress on some limited players when the overall defense can't be better.
All right, good morning, Jeremy and Joe, and we have food here. The Buffalo Sabres, Delaware North, they brought in some food for us, which is always excellent, always welcome, very welcome. And we're going to tell you all about it. Some of the new things coming your way at KeyBank Center this year. We have Mike B., Executive Chef for Delaware North at KeyBank Center, and Mary Mosich, Assistant GM for Delaware North at KeyBank Center, to talk about new items this year, specialty items, things you can find when you go to the arena. And the season, of course, starts tomorrow night against the New York Rangers. Thank you for being here. Good morning.
Thank you. Thanks
Good
for
morning.
having us.
Thanks for having us.
All right, so I saw, this is always great. We love this situation. Yeah, Joe's showing like this. With the 2-foot
2-foot chicken parm.
Tage parm. Yes, it's a 2-foot sandwich. So I guess I want to ask, like, inspiration for this is, we have a really tall player, so why not have a really long sandwich?
Last year we had the Dominator, and the novelty of it really just got people hyped and got people interested in buying it. So when our partners, the Sabres, reached out to us about some Tage-inspired food, we did a little bit of homework. We find out that his pregame meal is the chicken parm.
Yeah.
And we're like, well, how can we make this something that people really want to get? And we've had the 2-foot boxes floating around for years because of the nachos.
Yep.
Right.
So we just did a little homework, and we found the roll, and we just went from there, and it came out. It exceeded expectations when it came out. Yeah.
So how is this sandwich made? What kind of sauce are we looking at here?
So we got 2-foot French loaf. We have vodka sauce, Italian seasoned chicken cutlets. We have 2 cups of mozzarella. It's all baked in a pizza oven. And then when it comes out, we hit it with garlic butter, Italian seasoning, parm cheese, and a little chili flake just to give it a little bit of flavor profile and depth.
Not bad. I like the chili flake idea. And where is this available throughout the arena?
This is going to be at the Lenovo stand in the food court, section 116.
Okay. 116 for your giant Tage, the Big Parm Thompson.
Big Parm.
Big Parm. And that's not the only Tage sandwich. 2 Tage sandwiches. The Tage Hero is also available.
Yep, so that's going to come out of our Perry Market. It's just a classic Italian sub, and it's pressed. It looks real good. It eats well. It's got a little bite to it because it's got some banana peppers on there, lots of cheese. Real nice.
Yeah.
The French Connection sandwich also.
I'll hold up the French Connection for those of you on the stream.
Yeah, we got it over here.
Are we on the big camera? If you would switch to this one, I'll hold it up for everybody.
So again, just kicking it back to the Dominator and then the Tage stuff. We just started this whole profile of, we're calling them legend sandwiches.
Yeah.
So this went back to obviously the 70s, the French Connection, that famous line.
Yep.
But it's based on the French sandwich croquet madame, which is ham, cheese, fried egg, and a mustard cream sauce. And then because there was 3 people on that line, we layered it in between 3 levels of French toast.
Nice. Okay. It's a giant sandwich, this one. I feel like that might not have all the recognition of the 2-foot sub, but I feel like it's just as, there's a lot there.
Yeah, and it's pretty cool because it comes in a souvenir puck that you guys can take home and
nice.
reuse.
That's right.
Yeah. It has when the sandwich is out of there, it has the Sabres logo on it so that it looks like a puck.
Look at this.
Yeah.
Souvenir pucks, 2-foot sandwiches. Mary, how about the beer options? We've got some beer options this year because there's going to be at some point a giant tall beer as well in addition to this 2-foot sub.
Yep, so we have this awesome souvenir saber sword that you can drink out of. So that's coming soon, as well as we worked with the Sabres and Labatt to put together the Blue and Blonde Ale. So that's exclusive to KeyBank Center. That's going to be coming out of the Blue Zone Bar, section 119.
Yeah.
And then along with that, we've got our Labatt Blue and Blue Light that you can get in the Sabre sword too.
In terms of the some of the other added items that are new, the pretzel I think is catching some people's eyes with the Cheetos on top.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. We did a whole new build out this year with the pretzel portable. We're calling it Power Play Pretzel. The culinary team came up with a ton of great options. There's one that's a rotator, and then a couple classics.
Yep. So we have a giant Bavarian pretzel. It's probably as big as your head. That's like the staple. We have the Cheeto that comes with nacho cheese for dipping. We have the classic cinnamon sugar, which everyone likes.
Yep.
And then the braid, we call it a torpedo, but like your traditional braid pretzel that's about 8 inches long, we V out the center and we stuff them. So the first one is like a ham, cheese, Swiss, garlic butter stuffed one, and we're pretty excited about that. And we have a couple more rotators down the line.
The Cheetos, Is it tough getting him to stay on the pretzel?
That's a lot of butter, my friend.
A lot of butter. All right.
Nachos also back 2-foot nachos and all that.
Yep. So this year we tried something else. Obviously, the Bills have their battle boats.
Yeah, boats.
So and we have the dog of the game. So we didn't want to lean into team to team. So we leaned into conferences. So we have 4 different varieties. We have Pacific, Central, Metropolitan, and Atlantic, and each one of them is a flavor profile. A good example is the Pacific is El Pastor with pineapple salsa.
Okay.
And then the other side is always just going to be the traditional buffalo pulled chicken, classic, what we love having up here, right?
Yeah. Yeah, so buffalo chicken versus barbecue pulled pork for the Central. The Metro is sausage pizza side. Atlantic is pulled pork poutine. And Pacific is El Pastor. Other rotating items coming through?
Yep, so every 10 games or roughly 6 weeks, we're going to have a new burger, a new milkshake, a new fried bread, a new pretzel like we just talked about, and a new pizza. So like for the first wave, we have a porker, which is essentially kind of like a rodeo burger, but with pulled pork on it and a couple additional sauces. The first milkshake is pumpkin. The first fry bread is like warm apple with caramel. So it gives us an opportunity to be seasonal. It also gives us an opportunity to just get more options out there. Last year we rolled out so many things, and a handful of them really just got overlooked because there were just so many others.
We'll both be there tomorrow night. And Joe, if you don't get the pumpkin spice milkshake, I feel like you're lying.
I might have to.
You got to do that.
And they come in like the cups too, right? Are really cool.
Cups. Yeah,
souvenir cups.
So those will rotate throughout the year too, depending on the theme of the game or the seasonality of Thanksgiving and St. Patrick's Day, things like that. And we've got an awesome saber-tooth one too.
Okay, pumpkin spice shake tomorrow, and then that's going to happen for me. What are we for the? Looking at some of the other rotational items, like where they're available. I know we asked a lot about like where the nachos are available. So that's been changed over the years, right? But what are we looking at this year?
So the nacho has its own standalone, we call it the party nacho, right? And that's right outside the food court off of the blue line, kind of where Mary was talking about earlier about that Lenova's. 100 level food court is where you can get your burger, milkshakes, anywhere you get milkshakes, which is... I'm so bad at this. I call them these old names, so I'm going to let Mary tell you where they're actually located.
You can get them out of Let's Dough and the Perry's ice cream stands.
Yep. Okay. And then, what was the last one? The pretzel will be at Power Play. The burger we talked about. And pizza will be at all Lenova stands.
All right. Very good. Anything else we missed? There's a lot.
Well, the value menu for the season ticket holders, right? Like that's a big deal.
Yeah, it is a big deal. We wanted to do something to give back to the season ticket members, so... This is available at all the sail-in stands. There's 3 locations in the arena. It's a 3, 4, 5 menu, so a bunch of different items at $3, $4, $5, and that's for the full season ticket members.
And it spans from like warm food like pretzels, hot dogs, and popcorn down to snacks and sodas and waters. So it runs the gamut of options.
Very good. Well, thanks for bringing everything in. And
what do you think our favorite's going to be? You put the chicken parm sandwich in front of me.
So I think that Hero is...
that's yours?
Yeah.
All right.
I think it's hard to argue with it.
I think that's got a real good look.
Yeah.
All right, I'm excited.
Big
to dive in.
Parm, the big parm, the Thompson Hero. All right.
Tough challenge, I would think, for one person on this one.
I mean, you could definitely...
This is a meal for 2.
Yeah, you and your buddies could split it. Or if you're a family of 4, we cut it in 4 so everyone can get a chunk.
Nice.
Yeah, that looks like a 4-person dinner. It
could be,
sandwich.
for sure.
Well, I think that's one of the things the Sabres have always challenged us with is just making it so that there is value propositions in the building and that people can split things and share and everyone can enjoy.
Very good. Well, thanks for coming in. Thanks for the food.
Thanks for coming in.
Have a great season.
Appreciate it. Go Sabres.
Thank you. Go Sabres.
Go Sabres. Tomorrow night. Thank you. We will. Joe and I are going. We'll be there tomorrow night. All right. Extendo Sports coming up, and then we'll pass you off to the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show here on WGR. I want to start with the secondary because it feels like there's maybe if there's one thing Bills fans can agree on right now, it's that the secondary doesn't look like it's going to hold up as presently constructed. Maybe Max Hairston can help, but we kind of don't know that. So how bad is it back there from what you look at when you see Stephon Diggs go for 100 yards, 10 catches on 12 targets? Like, how troublesome was that performance from the Bills secondary?
Well, I think it's an example of how if the defense isn't connected like it needs to be, where a player like Tre'Davious White, who's not an ideal starter, can be exposed. And obviously the Bills signed Tre'Davious White, and then immediately after doing that, they picked Maxwell Harrison in the first round. They've platooned Dorian Strong with Trey White. They don't want Trey White to be the every down player. They want to give way to a younger player. And unfortunately, this Dorian Strong situation doesn't sound good. He's on injured reserve with a neck injury, and nothing has been ruled out in terms of severity, and he's going to see a specialist. That doesn't sound like a great situation for a guy that is going to be able to help this team anytime soon. And then there's the Maxwell Harrison piece of this, where the guy hasn't practiced since July 29th, and he's a rookie. Not only does he have to get the knee healthy, but he's got to get ready to play. And I have a huge appetite to see what that looks like. But the point being is, if your rush can't be probably more than consistent, and if your other supporting players in the secondary are going to be intermittent with their processing speed, it's going to make it difficult on a player like Tre'Davious White, who, to his credit, I think has done mostly a good job of not getting cooked for big plays in terms of just getting destroyed by routes. I think he's tried his best to keep everything in front of him and trigger and tackle, and I think that's worked out well for him. But you just see the limitations on a third down, and they're going to put him in man coverage. If the rush doesn't get there quick, it's going to be an opportunity for the other team to get a completion. So I think that's where it's been a little bit challenging, and through that, you kind of seen Taylor Rapp with some tardy responses and him not necessarily triggering and playing fast. And so it's putting a lot of stress on some limited players when the overall defense can't be better.
I have a Twitter poll up. What do you think the Bills most likely need to trade for by the November 4th deadline? Corner, safety, defensive line, or wide receiver? And I have voted corner.
Corner is where I would... It has to be corner or wide receiver, right?
Or safety? Probably corner.
I mean... And then what was the other one? Defensive line?
Yeah,
line. I think they're probably fine, right? They're probably I don't know if they're good, but we know who's coming back.
The line problem is there are so many pieces there.
Yeah,
anybody coming in, someone's got to go out. Right. And at corner or receiver, I feel like I can find a spot relatively easy.
Right. So I probably would lean corner, but I think wide receiver is close. It's just corner's more dire right now for who's in, right?
Yeah.
We were frustrated with wide receiver and guys getting down the field, but are any of the receivers performing as poorly as Trey White is right now?
No. All right.
I have to stop eating?
Yep.
Oh, take a break.
Is it bad I used my Bills Bring the Storm towel as my... Why is that bad? I'm
Terrible.
just going to wash it.
You're going to get the stains out?
Sure.
You got vodka sauce on that thing over there.
Vodka sauce is... I'll bleach it. It's an extra... It's napkins right here.
You know, when we were talking about you getting stains on your white jersey, I didn't know you were going to use the jersey, like flip it up as a napkin at some point.
True. Fair.
Two people that annoyed me in sports yesterday. LeBron James...
He announced he's not retiring.
Anarchist just decided I'm going to do an ad, trick everybody into thinking I'm retiring.
Which no one believed, and then said, like, I'm back for another year.
He's boy who cried wolf at this point. Anytime anything else like that ever again, no.
He did it at the ESPYs like 4 years ago, where he announced, I'm not retiring. And everyone thought, what? Oh, we didn't think you were. No one thinks you are.
Right. The other person was Jerry Jones, not for flipping off Jets fans, right?
Yep.
But for just own it, man. You got fined. You're on camera. It's clear as day that you shot the middle finger at Jets fans. Why does he feel the need to go on the radio and be like, no, guys, I was actually doing a thumbs up. That was meant to be a thumbs up.
Yep, that's tough.
Just the dumbest, lamest excuse ever that wasn't even needed in the first place. Everybody already hates you.
In Toronto, they're doing white towels for tonight's game.
Do you think they'll wipe their faces with it?
I might if I was at this game. It says, our roots run deep.
Toronto?
Yeah, that's what the towel says. Our roots run deep. Everybody has a towel on their seat for tonight's game.
Our roots run deep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I think they're going to be bad this year, maybe. Comparatively. They've been like a 100-plus point team every single year. By the way, do you know who's second in the NFL in receptions this year?
Second in the NFL in receptions.
Because you know who's number one, right?
Do I?
You should.
The JSN?
No, it's Puka.
Oh, right, Puka.
Puka's like out of control. Number 2 in the National Football League in receptions with 41 in 5 games. If I give you the yardage... I don't know. There's maybe no way you'll ever get this. How about this? You go number 1 Puka, 2 and 3 in the league are non-wide receivers in receptions.
Trey McBride, Tyler Warren.
It's a tight end. It's neither of those two.
Bowers missed a game.
It's not Bowers.
Goddard?
Nope.
Who is it?
Jake Ferguson is number 2 in the league. He's already at 41 catches. He only has 272 yards, though.
There's a story.
And then McCaffrey, by the way, is third.
That came out this morning. So, Bad Bunny is the Super Bowl halftime show.
Yep.
And one thing you and I predicted was the olds.
The olds.
Old people. That's not me in this case. I'm not old for this. The olds are going to get mad. Well, it's going all the way to politics now. Some old people in politics are getting mad. And I want to just read you this quote. This is from House Speaker Mike Johnson. Says it was a terrible decision. It sounds like he's not someone who appeals to a broader audience. And there are so many eyes on the Super Bowl, a lot of young, impressionable children. And in my view, you would have blank do this. Who does he suggest should do the Super Bowl halftime show? For young, impressionable children. I'll just give it to you.
Is it Wayne Newton?
No, you won't guess. Lee Greenwood.
I don't know who that is.
Proud to be an American song. And I'm proud to be, a song you learn when you're in elementary school. As a Lee Greenwood appeals to a broader audience for the halftime show. The olds. I don't know this Bad Bunny.
It's begun.
I don't think anybody knows who this Bad Bunny is. Okay. I kind of don't. And even I know people know who he is. I mean, I kind of know, but I kind of don't.
You've probably you've heard him.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
I don't know about this. Maybe they should go with Lee Greenwood.
I mean, he is the most popular artist in the world today.
Does he appeal to a broader audience, Joe, than Lee Greenwood?
The world is not broad.
Than Lee Greenwood? All right, we'll get out of here before people yell at us too much. A lot of laughing in the hall.
I think that's not yelling out there at us already?
They're yelling.
Oh, they're laughing?
They're laughing at us. All right, we're back tomorrow. Sabres open tomorrow night. It'll be the Sabres and Rangers, KeyBank Center. Excited for it. See you there. But we're back tomorrow morning at 6 a.m.